Call the Wednesday, March 13th, 2024 Special City Council meeting to order. Roll call, please.
Councilmember Hannah. Councilmember Grummeyer. Councilmember Alleman. Here. Mayor Pro Tem Newton. Mayor Bash.
Here.
All present. Thank you.
We'll now have the Pledge of Allegiance led by myself. Ready to begin? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. First off, I have to say welcome. I wish the circumstances were a little bit better, but right now I see some of my favorite people on the planet sitting in the audience. Welcome. Nice to see you, Andy. No, not you, Todd. The young lady behind you, and Bobby and his wife and Bill, and just nice to see you, sir, back there. Nice to see you all. Very nice to see you. So, clerk, do we have any public comments?
I have no public comments for items not on the agenda.
All right, so moving on to 2, the workshop. Facilities and Maintenance Director, Amanda Hamilton.
Good evening, City Council. Today we have the second bleacher workshop for the Moreno Arena Bleacher Replacement Project. On November 15th, 2023, a bleacher workshop was held to inform the council of the current condition of the Moreno Arena bleacher system, along with repair, replacement, and expansion options. At the workshop, the council requested that staff meet with the Ingalls Event Center's various stakeholder groups to collect valuable information so that the council can make the best informed decision about the replacement options for the bleacher system. On December 12, 2023, staff held a stakeholder meeting with the Norco rodeo committees. The committees discussed changes to their current layouts to accommodate for bleacher expansion and liked option 3, but also requested a 5th option for 3,500 seats. Overall, the committees agreed that the expanded seating options would be optimal for their events. On January 10th, 2024, staff held a stakeholder meeting with our dog agility show clients. Our clients expressed their concern for any bleacher expansions due to the loss of usable space under the arena cover for shade, kennel space, vendors, and staging for competitions. Overall, these groups were not agreeable to any expansion options and would like the bleacher footprint to remain the same. On January 31st, 2024, we met with our local equestrian clubs to discuss the use of Moreno Arena. The local equestrian clubs focused on the reduction in visibility and how the northern and southern gates would be crowded with options 3 and 5. In addition, they had concerns about horses that would be distracted or potentially spooked due to additional noise coming from the bleachers when spectators are in attendance. The bleacher expansion options would significantly impact space for trailers, vendors, and contestants. Overall, the clubs were more agreeable to option 3 than to options 4 or 5. This slide shows an overview of the 5 different options. They range from a minimal repair standard of $800,000 all the way to an expansion option of 4,000 seats for a construction cost of $3.6 million. So we looked at all options possible up there. So as we go into option 1 and 2, so both of these options would keep the existing footprint of the current bleacher system and offer 1,900 seats for an 18-inch seat size. And then if we go into a 24-inch seat size, we would have 1,400 seats. So it reduces that once we go up in the inches. So option 1's construction costs are $800,000 and is a minimal repair standard. This option was not recommended at our previous workshop and has really been removed from consideration. However, option two's construction costs are 1.4 million. And this option is the recommended action in moving forward with the bleacher system and would replace the existing 25-row bleacher set. This option would allow for a consistent seating experience, updated standards, and a new structural section that would be free from the previous damage that we have now. With the additional pony wall and drainage system, this option would allow for a fresh start to the new bleacher system that would have an estimated useful life of 40 years. Option three. So option three's construction costs are $2.8 million. This option would allow for additional seating in Moreno Arena, providing almost 4,000 seats in an 18-inch seat size and 3,000 seats in a 24-inch seat size. This option would include the replacement of the existing 25-row bleacher system and the addition of the wall and drainage improvements. It would have an estimated useful life of 40 years, but would increase inspection and maintenance costs for future years, just because it's bigger. There's much more to do there. This option is more than double the amount of the cost for the replacement of the current bleacher set. Option four. So option four's construction costs are $3.6 million. This is the most expensive option and was not approved by any of the stakeholder groups and should be removed from consideration. Option five. This option is the newest option that we are bringing to the council. This option was requested by our rodeo committees to allow for a VIP area for their events. The construction costs for this option are $3.3 million. This option would allow for additional seating in Moreno Arena with 4,700 seats for an 18-inch seat size and 3,500 seats for a 24-inch seat size. This option would also include the wall and drainage improvements, but this option has a significant price difference due to the amount of seating that would be gained. This option would have an estimated useful life of 40 years, but would increase inspection and maintenance costs once again into those future years. It is also important to note that this option would reduce the arena size by approximately 20 feet. So Todd and Ron, thank you so much. They were able to lay out the arena footprints if we were to look for option three or option five. We also had Matt that flew the drone for us, so thank you for them on this. I think it was very helpful when the council came out to view these layouts. So this slide, shows the expansion options. You will see in this picture that the bleachers would significantly cut into the arena, along with taking up a great deal of space under the arena cover. These highlighted areas are currently used for vendors, competitors, trailers, and a variety of other different uses. This slide also shows the expansion options for 3 and 4 on the south side of the arena. You will see that in this picture that the bleachers will be cutting into the arena once again. And these highlighted areas show vendors where competitors would be placed, along with the VIP sections for Mounted Posse and the fair, along with trailers and anything else that we could put underneath that covered arena. This slide shows the projected costs for the next 15 years. The costs include the initial construction costs for maintenance, costs for inspections, along with a conservative built-in escalator of 4% to keep up with rising costs. You can see there's a significant difference between option 2 and option 3. One thing when we were evaluating the expansion options is we really wanted to also look into revenues. It is important to note that our dog agility show clients bring in approximately 45% of the revenues at Moreno Arena, while all of our other events bring in revenues to the city through permit costs and sales tax. The dog shows have approximately 30 events each year at the arena in which they have guests staying in our hotels and patronizing our restaurants and businesses. Revenues for Clark Arena are predominantly driven by other events like team roping, Western States Mounted Officers, California Junior Rodeo, and other private equestrian and non-equestrian events. Our local equestrian clubs predominantly use Clark Arena because it is a larger arena and is easily accessible horse trailer parking. Our local equestrian clubs will use Moreno Arena when needed due to maintenance or unforeseen conditions. That's why it's important that we still have Moreno Arena available for their use. So our findings were that the Ingalls Event Center has always been known as a chameleon facility that can adapt to any type of event. While bleacher expansion options are favorable for our rodeo events, it may not be optimal for other events. Bleacher rentals are utilized by 4 events each year. That is the Norco Horse Week, Day of the Cowboy, which is a city event, Norco Mounted Posse Rodeo, and the Norco Fair. If options 3, 4, or 5 are approved, this will have impacts to our current clients and will cause Moreno Arena to be less versatile. The recommended action is for council to consider option 2 for the replacement of the bleacher system without expansion. If option 2 is approved, city staff will work with Herc Edwards on a sole source contract for the procurement and installation of the sturdy steel bleacher system. An additional appropriation of funds for this project will be needed from both the Measure Our Citizens Oversight Committee and the City Council for fiscal year 23-24. The material is estimated to be available in fall of 2024, and staff would coordinate installation of the block wall drainage system and bleacher installation for completion by February 2025. Staff will also continue to contract with Herc Edwards for annual inspections. And I'm available for any questions that you may have.
Berwin, any questions? Greg? Catherine?
No, I just want to thank everyone who read and answered the questions that I sent, and I used a voice text. So thank you for reading through the typos that I apparently sent. So thank you.
Robin? Could you just go over the equestrian groups, which one they wanted?
The equestrian groups?
Yeah.
The local clubs, they were opposed to options 4 and 5. They weren't necessarily opposed to 3, but they did have concerns about spectators being in the bleachers making noise and potentially spooking horses, because with some of our events you have younger siblings that are there and they're running up and down the stairs, and it's loud banging and it can distract the horses.
So were they more in favor of 2 or?
Yes, 2, to leave it as is.
No questions? Do we have any public comments on this issue?
We have one public comment, Bonnie Slager.
Hi, Bonnie. How are you? Nice to see you.
Good afternoon. The city spent over $2 million to buy an additional parking lot so you could have more parking for events. So I don't understand why you wouldn't want to increase the bleachers with the additional parking that you've already spent several $1 million on. I'm really hoping that you will consider a larger amount of bleachers. The bleacher noise, Erwin knows this because he's been at racetrack shows and everything. If horses don't get used to that noise, they have to go to a variety of venues, inside, outside, all sorts of noise. If horses can't be trained to adjust to that noise, they're not going to do very well. And that's just part of being at a show, a gymkhana, a racetrack, whatever. The noise is part of, and it's different at every event. Inside noise, outside noise, they're all different. I think it's too bad that, as I understand, the dog people kind of saying, well, if you don't do it our way, we'll leave. That seems kind of childish if that's actually what they said. But I do hope you will consider the larger size to support. This is a 40-year asset. This is a long-term decision. So I hope you will go to a larger size bleachers to accommodate larger events that we could have with the bleachers. Thank you.
Thank you, Bonnie.
No further speaker cards, Mayor.
Closing public comments, bringing you back to council. Catherine, would you like to start?
Sure. I just want to thank everyone who worked on this, our staff, because this was a really thorough report and really gave us a lot more information than we had the first go around that we did, all the outreach that was done, laying out what it would look like when the bleachers were in there, talking to every one of our groups that use it really gives us all of the information that we can use then to hopefully make the best decision. The best decision, they say, is usually one where not everybody's happy because we kind of have to compromise and find consensus. So I just wanted to speak to the public comment that was made, and anyone else can add to this later. But when we bought that parking lot, the parking lot does not solve the parking problems at Ingalls. And so the number of spaces that are added would not make up for adding these additional bleachers. We would still be short parking with adding these bleacher seats. So that would still be an issue. And we saw that when we had the fair and everyone came to the beautiful weather, we still had a large number of parking issues. And I know that is going to be better planned for, because that was such an amazing thing that everyone came to. So when I looked at this, the first time I looked at this, I was leaning towards option 2. Option 1 was eliminated, right? If we're going to spend $800,000, we might as well spend a little bit more, because we're only fixing part of the problem. We're going to end up back in the same boat again later. We might as well fix it, do it right, get everything corrected so that our asset will last the amount of time that we wanted to. We're using taxpayer money, and so we want to use that as conservatively and wisely as possible. After hearing all the information, after seeing the bleachers, after looking at the numbers, I still think that, as I agree with the staff recommendation, our dog shows do make up a large portion, and they just, they have concerns. It gets really hot, right? And if they don't have that shaded area, it's just not safe for them to have their dog shows there, to have their dogs there. There's not a place where they can stage them. And if they have to move to another arena, then that affects the events that are getting booked there. So I just didn't see a real good solution other than maintaining it. We just have 4 events that are really using these big, the bleacher rentals. And, if we had more groups and more events that wanted to use those in the pipeline, absolutely, right? But at this point, we just don't have that. And so want to make the best decision for everyone who uses that community facility. So looking forward to hearing what my colleagues say as well.
Robin?
Yeah, just for Amanda, a question for you again, and I know you answered it yesterday for me, but when we look at events that are going to want a larger number of bleachers potentially, and or larger events, how many events would you say that have been turned away because there wasn't enough bleachers at Ingalls, or there wasn't enough space at Ingalls?
To my knowledge, it's only been, I might be saying this wrong, the Charo groups, because they have about 10,000 participants or people that would be coming to the event, and we just don't have the space for that. That's all that I've known of.
Is there the potential that any other groups would come if, for their events, bleacher rental, beyond the 4 groups that have ever discussed with the city, if we had the potential to rent bleachers, we would use your facility? Like, I'm just thinking in terms of concerts, or what other things could potentially be in that venue that would require more seats on a regular basis.
I have Patty Ireland in the office here today, and she would really be the best person, because she talks with the clients all the time. She's the front line for us.
So that's a great question. I've had inquiries about additional use, needing bleachers and large events. They need 7,000 seats, things like that. We always go back. I need bleachers, I need parking. So I can't place them on the grounds, even if we used Gonzalez lots. We just don't have the parking. So yes, we've had inquiries. But as soon as I look like, what can we do? Can we rent? I don't have the parking. So we need the real estate.
Perfect. And so that makes sense because really this issue is, it's not just a bleacher issue, right? And I know when we had the discussion when we first started, like we build it, they will come, but then it keeps going back to parking. And so, I think I'm gonna agree with Catherine and the staff recommendation at this point in time that, do option 2. I know there was a recommendation in the staff report for potential cost sharing on bleachers. Not 100% in favor. Well, I'm not in favor of Measure R being used for that particular purpose, but I think there's a different way that we can work the cost sharing, maybe on on our contract side, or looking at some different options for the group or the groups that would be renting bleachers for sure. There's always like the Norco way we can get stuff done, and so I think I'd be in favor of doing that because I certainly know how important those events are for our community. And they really are the foundation of what our community is about. And so I do want to put that out there that I support option 2, but I want to explore how can we offset or do something to help with the bleacher rentals.
Erwin?
Thank you. First of all, I want to thank Amanda and Ron and Todd for showing me around up there the other day. They had the ground marked off where you could see where the bleachers were going to be, but I'm not a fan of having a whole lot of extra bleachers sitting there empty most of the year. And as far as extra bleachers spooking horses, that's the owner's fault. I've sat here watching all the indoor rodeos down in the great state, in Houston and Austin right now, where they've got at least 75,000 people a night in those things, and only one guy's fell off and his horse was walking in the grand entry. Those horses are broke, but I don't see that we'd be at an advantage of spending this much money to add bleachers. I think option 2 is good to go and repair these, replace them, and fix up the drainage system like Ron and them Todd said. Stop a lot of that rust. But I'm totally against taking 20 feet off of that arena. It's almost a little short for some events. And if you're on a roping horse or a bulldogging horse, you need that extra feet, because if you watch the pros, they'll rope them in about 4 and 5 seconds. Well, I don't see that happening too much around here anymore since Capistrano's canceled all their rodeos, and we used to get a lot of the top professional guys come out here and compete. So I think it's just adding a danger when you shorten a facility. And when I was competing up there all the time, and it gets hot here, it was nice to be able to sit under the shade, let your horse be comfortable and everything instead of being hot and miserable. So I think option 2 is a good option, and I think we can work out a way, like Robin said, on the cost share. I'm totally against using Measure R money for anything that it wasn't promised it would be used for. 4 of us sitting up here signed our name on that. We put in a lot of work promising these people what Measure R money was going to be used for, and I'm totally against going and using it for anything else, because I don't want people thinking I'm a liar. So, thank you. And like I said, Ron, Todd, Amanda, thanks for the demonstration the other day, because with those lines drawn like they were, you could see what was going to happen if we added all this extra material up there. Thanks a lot, guys.
Greg?
Thank you, Mayor. Good job, Todd and Ron, for laying out chalk. I'm impressed. I'm supporting option number 2. For a lot of the reasons Berwin mentioned also. My question, kind of 2-part, is that I believe what we could do is find a way with the cost sharing on rental bleachers to help the 3 major groups, which give back incredibly to all our other local groups that use those events for fundraisers. And so if we could look at either reducing the cost to the 3 major groups to maybe try to offset some of that burden for the rental agreement, but also, and this may be like a Lisette question, could we, if we set aside like monies in an investment account, is it legal or tax wise or whatever those ramifications are, that the interest earned from an investment account could be used to subsidize a specific use, i.e. bleacher rentals?
The legal part, I would defer to Colin, but, you know, if we set aside money and we know, you know, the interest that has been earned, we could identify it and, you know, have that for you.
Okay, so I mean, it's doable.
It is. Cities can have investment accounts. We have an investment account.
Mhm.
The money would go into the general fund, and then we can decide that money is available for how it wants to be used by the city council. And the city council wants to use it for that specific purpose. It's not like we're going out and telling the voters to adopt a tax or use that for a specific purpose, right? This is already general fund money. So since
Sure.
it's already general fund money, you can do what you want.
Okay. And maybe not just holding to that, the amount that you had in your staff report, but saying maybe a combination of interest earned from an investment account or a reduction in overall fees. And I'm also in agreement for any rentals of bleachers should not be subsidized by Measure R. Thank you, Lisette. Thank you, Amanda.
So I feel cheated. Amanda was my only guide. I didn't get to see Ron and Todd.
Sorry.
You have very good chalkers. Really quickly, the 40 years, I think you're absolutely right, Bonnie. The problem that we have is that we don't know what's going to happen 10 years from now. I agree we have to keep it a chameleon, versatile complex. You know, I just read yesterday that people are still complaining about the horse stuff at Silver Lake's not being there. Well, the truth of the matter is, had we built it as originally proposed, it would be empty because that entire industry, hunter jumper, has moved to the East Coast into Texas. There's no more purses. Last big purse is up in India. The roping, safety, I would like to look at a way, because the biggest factor is the fact that we want these groups to survive. This is like putting in ball fields. This is every bit as important as the lights we put up over there. It's an intrinsic part of our community. It's interesting. I'm writing something about Horse Week right now, and they packed the council in 1977 because the cost per day to rent the arena was $100, and it jumped to $125 per day. Quite upset. The dogs, truthfully, thank goodness they're here right now, and we need to adapt to that. I want to see the llama show come back. I'd like to see the ostrich shows come back, as long as we're not trying to catch them with nets. And so I am also in agreement with number 2, option number 2, but I want to find a way to create more of the ability for them to have more bleachers at less cost. And I don't know, is there like a way you could make a deal for a 5-year agreement with one of these companies and guarantee a certain amount of money? Or is there some way you could enter into a contract for those? What is it? It's about 15 days altogether.
Yeah, we could definitely look into that and do a PO. We can definitely look at that. Some of the companies that we use.
And what makes me sad is I remember the day those were finished. They were supposed to last 40 years. So I hope that this time around, 40 years from now, they'll still be there. So is there anything else? If not, I'm looking for a motion.
I have a question.
Yes.
So could you answer, City Manager? So Councilmember Newton brought up the idea of using, investment, returns on investment. So we have our investment policy that was set, and we recently, within the last year, right, updated it to include different kinds of investments, including camp, right, which has a higher percent yield on the dollar. Where do those returns go right now? So when that money comes in, whether it's in, the local government fund, or we have some now in the camp fund, we have various investments all governed by our policy. But where do those returns on investment go right now?
Yeah, so they're spread proportionately to their home funds. So, the general fund gets, if it's 70% general fund gets 70% of the interest earnings and so forth.
And so it just builds up. None of it is assigned to a specific purpose at this time. It just,
No, it's just
returns
general
back
fund
to the
revenue.
general fund.
Yeah, so
and
you'll see it like in the general
the
fund. you'll
balance
see it
grows
as
a little bit each year based on that.
Yeah, you'll see it as we recognize that interest revenue annually as part of our general fund budget. So did the other funds.
Okay, thank you.
What you said, Robin? Was it you that said something? Who says about the Gonzalez property? If we're going to be more versatile, maybe we need to, Hattie, maybe we need to think about, I don't know what that would cost. I know they can live there until they pass. They don't own the property anymore, but I wonder if that's worth looking into, just to make it more versatile. I just don't know. I have to tell you, with Andy sitting in the room talking about spending any money at all is very difficult. He worked so hard to build up the fund.
Mayor, if I may on that,
Yes.
for something like that, that would really be a regionally significant project, right? To be able to expand Ingalls with that amount of acreage. And that might be something we want to talk about with Supervisor Spiegel. Maybe there's a partnership with us and County Economic Development Agency, because Ingalls truly is becoming a magnet of activity in Western County. And so the county might be interested in partnering with us potentially, I would think, to try to secure that land. So
If you could look into that, that would be fabulous, because you're right. These are closing right and left. I mean, 40 years from now, we'll probably be the only one left standing if we're lucky. So I think that's a good idea. With that, do I hear a
The
motion?
bleachers better be left standing, right, in 40 years.
I just can't believe, I remember the day, I told her the day I went out there,
The new ones.
and the aluminum walkway wasn't there. And I remember looking at them going, they seem to be tilting toward the arena. Sure enough, I guess they were. Which way are they going? I don't know. You didn't put those in, did you, Greg? You just put the top. No. Yeah. All right. So anyway, do I have a motion or?
Yeah, I'd like to make a motion that we accept option 2, and we look at the cost share with these groups to help them pay for it without, and I want this in the minutes, without using Measure R money.
Please vote if there's no other comments.
Please vote.
Mayor, if I may, maybe while the vote's being taken, maybe Amanda can just reiterate kind of her next steps. Amanda, what we're going to do next on this?
Next steps is we had RKA go out already and they surveyed the bleacher area. So they're going to start off with design tonight. Now that I know what option we're doing, I'm also going to be reaching out to Herc Edwards so that they can start giving us some real costs. I think we're going to talk to them about possibly sharpening their pencil, and then we're going to get started with ordering that material. It would probably come to you on the second meeting in April, where it would be an award to get that material awarded to them so they could start production of it. I know that they've been holding a place for us, So, because they have a lot of orders coming in, but they've been very generous and they've held a space for us so that we can get those materials by fall. Once that's done and the design is done, then we'll start the construction process of, actually, let me retract that. We're going to work with Herc Edwards to take down the bleachers right after the Norco fair. Then we'll hire a construction company to go in and do the civil improvements. And then once again, Herc Edwards will come back in and erect the new bleacher set.
I just have a question. So they've been checked for safety. We're not going to have a collapse.
We have a stamped approved plan for the bleacher set right now by a structural engineer saying they're good for this year.
Mayor Bash, your vote?
Mine hasn't come up.
Can I get your verbal vote?
Yes. Moving on to, let's take a break. Oh,
We did on the agenda indicate this would be approximately 6 p.m. So I'd suggest we should we just didn't realize this is going to be so short.
all right. I'm
So, I
very sorry. So,
apologize.
6 o'clock. We'll come back.
Yeah, thank you.
So you know what? Do you want to start? It's 5:59.
Do you want to introduce who's on the line so we can share with the consulting team that we have on the line? Want to let you know who we have. I'll let Lisette and Cindy introduce who we have on the line also for your questions.
Currently, we have Tom Roberts. He is our account executive from Alliant. He's our broker for with our HRA. We have our actuarials, Kathy Wandro and Drew Ballard from Foster and Foster. And we have Michael Uriel, who is our CalPERS expert. He's from LC, how do you say it? LCW, our attorney.
Great. So 5:59, reopen. I call upon Lori Sassoon to give us a report.
Very good. Thank you, Mayor. So, thanks, Cindy. Which direction do I point this? Does it matter? Point it that way. Okay. Okay, great. All right. So I just have a brief presentation today to kind of give you an overview and provide a little bit more information too on the staff report that you all received and hopefully everyone got to see. And welcome to the retirees who are here. And do we have some online also? Okay, great. Well, welcome to everyone. So our purpose today, this is kind of what we're going to present to you. First, we're going to walk through retiree medical benefits, how they work. Then we're going to talk about why, sort of starting with why is important and why are we looking to make this change for our new employers hired after July 1, 2023. Then we're going to walk through the administrative change that for retirees and future retirees who were hired before that date. And again, the reasons why. Then we're hoping to have some questions. And Mayor, I know normally we just take public comment, but we think it's appropriate to have questions from folks who have questions, and we'll do our best to answer those. And then the council discussion, what you would all like to do on next steps. Okay, so here's a little background for you. This is just a summary of what's in the staff report. You'll hear us talk about PEMCA. So what is PEMCA? PEMCA is a separate program, the Public Employee Medical, I'm going to blank on the C, Hospital Act, Medical Care and Hospitalization Act. It's a statute that allowed CalPERS to start to offer medical benefits to employee groups. So actually, you don't have to be a CalPERS contract agency to contract for benefits through PEMCA. You could be a county or some other non-PERS agency to contract through PEMCA for medical benefits. So a number of years ago, the city of Norco elected to participate in PEMCA to obtain our medical benefits for our employees and our retirees. So PEMCA, because it is an entity created by statute, it does have its own sets of rules and guidelines it has to abide by. One of those is the equal and minimum contribution rule. Essentially what that says is that for employers who elect to participate in PEMCA, that they must provide for their active employees and retirees a minimum of $157 per month for their medical benefits. And that number escalates by CPI related to medical as noted in the staff report. So it goes up a little bit every year. So everyone has to receive at least that amount if you are a PEMCA agency. So if you don't get your benefits with PEMCA, if you're a county and you broker, for example, through the Golden State County Pool, this would not apply. But the PEMCA agencies are required by statute to do this. So as far as we can tell, retiree medical benefits were first established by the council in 1984. And then in 2004, the city adopted its first vesting schedule. And we're going to get into a little bit more about what that means. There's resolutions updating that in 2010 because at that point, the city had some organized employee groups and we had to define the employee groups that were in the vesting schedule. And then along with the adoption of that vesting schedule, there was also at some point an increase to the maximum benefits that retirees could receive. So prior to the vesting schedule, retirees, depending on when they worked here, could receive somewhere between $1,200 and $1,500 per month. The city later adopted a vesting schedule, but also increased that maximum benefit for those in the vesting schedule. So what is the vesting schedule and how does this work? So this is established by statute. So this particular vesting schedule is not unique to Norco. Anyone who has adopted this through CalPERS, this is the schedule. So like it says here, 10 years of service and at least 5 years with Norco. So if you do that, you work here for 5 years and then you go to say City of Corona for 5 years, you've vested at the 10-year level. So what would that mean? You look at the chart, that top row. If you have 10 years of credited service, then at retirement, the city of Norco will pay 50% of your benefit of your medical premium, which premium is another word for the cost of your medical plan. That's your benefit that you would receive, and so forth. So if you had 15 years of vested service, you would receive 75% of the highest premium, and so forth. So at 20 years of service, again, 5 of those 20 must be with Norco, and at least 15 years of other CalPERS service, then the retiree is entitled to receive 100% of the employer contribution. So that's when we talk about the vesting schedule. This is what we mean. How long do you have to work at a CalPERS agency to receive the benefit? Okay, so what is the current benefit? So this is a little just summary of the current benefit. So the current benefit for vested employees, again, we have some employees who have been retired longer who are not on this vesting schedule. But for those who are on the vesting schedule, this is what they receive, and that's up to full premium for any plan offered by CalPERS. CalPERS is a great pool. It has lots of choices for benefits, PPO, HMO, all different kinds of levels, and a lot of great options. So it will pay full premium for that retiree, and any annual premium increases. So healthcare, as we know, always goes up. Those premium increases are covered by the city. There's no dollar cap on that benefit to the retirees. As you know, our employees right now are at $1,500 a month by way of comparison, but for retirees, there is no cap on that benefit going forward. We cover 100% for the employee, spouse, and dependents. Again, this is if they're vested at the 100% level. They have the ability to enroll themselves, their spouse, and dependents. The options do include high-value PPOs and out-of-state plans. Those are not used by most of our employees, but we do have some, retirees, but we do have some retirees who are using those high-value PPO options, which are fairly expensive, but that's not most of our employees. And then CalPERS does require that retirees enroll at Medicare when they're eligible, as most folks do choose to enroll in Medicare, obviously. And so it requires that, but then your benefit can be used to pay for Medicare health plans after you're Medicare eligible. Okay. So a question was asked as to how many of our employees or our retirees are from what benefit groups. So this chart is showing that, illustrating that. So the dark navy blue, 20% are the safety groups. So those are the former Norco fire folks. I'm including the Norco County folk that went to county and then subsequently retired. They're about 20%. 44% or so, that big pink slice, are what we call miscellaneous. So those are the employees. That's what we used to call what we now call the NGEA employees. Correct? No? It's all the other employees. Okay, anybody else who wasn't safety was miscellaneous. And then you can see it kind of break out from there. Okay, so a number of years ago, the city adopted the vesting schedule. Again, that was a good move toward reducing long-term benefits over time. And then the city also adopted an OPEB trust. OPEB is an acronym that stands for Other Post-Employment Benefits. So that's referring to benefits other than pension. So, benefits post-employment, obviously the big one is pension that we all public employees receive. OPEB refers to other types of benefits received after retirement. And the most typical OPEB benefit is retiree medical. So in 2009, the city began to put aside money in its little piggy bank there. You see the illustration in a trust that's held with CalPERS. And that CalPERS is one of 2 or 3 entities that create these types of trusts. PARS also does it, a number of these entities, but ours is with CalPERS. And we began contributing money, and there was an initial contribution and then some annual contributions, and that trust has done really well. You'll see here, we do have about 19 million is the last valuation of benefits owed to the retirees, and that's valued every 2 years. So we're coming up on our next valuation coming up this year. But we had 12.1 million in assets in the trust as of this December. So it's done very well. And so leaving us with a net OPEB liability of 63%. And I just want to point out these numbers will always change, right? So it changes with the value of the assets as those go up and down with the markets and the investment earnings on those or the investment losses. And the liability will always change, right? That will go up and down based on the actuarial's assumptions that they make with regard to mortality of the employees, the size of the number of employees that we have in the pool, the projections about the cost of benefits. So in future reports, you'll see these numbers change because it's always a little bit of a moving target. Okay, so what is the why? What is the current goal that we have had here at the city? And the goal has been to limit retiree medical for new employees to the PEMCA minimum for a number of reasons. The first one here on the left is that there have been quite a bit of labor market shifts over time over the last 20, 30 years. And at one point, retiree medical benefits were a very common benefit, not just in cities, but in school districts and counties and so forth. Over time, those benefits have become less common. And over the last, I would say early in my career, 30-something years ago, it was a little more common, but really over time, it has just become less common of a benefit. So in terms of being a marketable, competitive employer, it's what our newer employees are looking for is salary. And then what a number of the other agencies, public agencies have gone to in lieu of these defined benefit plans, which essentially this is what this is, a defined benefit, they've transitioned to a defined contribution. And you saw some of the survey work in the staff report. For example, Riverside has quite a number of years ago ended its retiree medical defined benefit plan, but has gone to defined contribution plans where they provide employees with so much money per month to go into a retiree savings account to fund their medical. So in the defined contribution plan, it's just that. The city every year on a pay-as-you-go basis decides to pay every employee a number. Maybe it's $200, and that goes into a retiree savings account. So when that employee retires, the city's obligation, the city has helped them fund that plan. There's no ongoing obligation or OPEB created by those defined contribution plans. So second thing here, we want to continue to, we want to make this change for new hires because retiree medical costs are a significant cost to the city. Right now, we're just about, round numbers, around $1 million a year for the pay-go. So that's pay as you go. In other words, what we budget every year to pay directly for these benefits is about $1 million. And that makes perfect sense. So we've got, a number of retirees, medical expenses are what they are, and those always creep up a little bit every year. Plus, we have an OPEB contribution we're making. So there are costs to the city. So limiting the benefits for new hires will reduce those medical costs over time. So this is not a measure that creates cost savings today, but it does create significant cost savings in the future, which will help future cities continue to provide benefits and be fiscally sustainable for the community as a whole, which is obviously good for all of us as retirees, employees, for the future. So again, this is just something that makes a ton of sense for us to do going forward for new hires. Okay, so just to kind of put some illustrations from the staff report, the blue line is the cost for retirees, and the orange line is our medical costs for employees. You'll see an uptick this last couple of years, and that's related primarily to the addition of additional employees. In the 22-23 budget, there was an uptick in the employee count and also a pretty significant premium increase. So you're seeing that there. And then on the left is the same thing, just in dollars. So if you're wondering what the dollars are, that's what's on the left there. And this is in the report for those who are online and can't see my slides. Okay, and then to give you this is another driver of the actuarial on retiree medical. So one of the drivers is your employee census. How many positions do you have authorized? And this is, for those of some of our former employees who are here will certainly recognize that in the lean years, sort of 2008 and on, the city began reducing personnel. There were a number of personnel reductions, and the big one being in 2012 when the city transitioned its fire department to CAL FIRE. So there was a pretty steep reduction that year of 19 employees. So if you look around 2014, 2015, the employee count was holding steady at 49 full-time employees in the city. And now we're up about, let's call it about 70%. We're up at about 82 employees now. So this over time will also drive retiree medical costs. So again, this is another good reason for the long-term benefit of the city to limit those benefits for new hires. Okay, so how do we tier off for new hires? Well, nothing CalPERS likes to do is simple, as anybody who's tried to work with them or have an appointment with them or deal with them would attest. So CalPERS will not administer any change for new hires. So it requires us to change the way we administer benefits. So the way this happens is that we take all enrollees, whether active employees and retirees, to the PEMCA minimum. So that's the middle box there. But then we provide everybody the additional dollars that we're currently paying them through two different mechanisms. For our current employees, they see it through a cafeteria plan. So really to them, it's really an invisible change. Doesn't impact them in terms of administratively at all. But for retirees, we do that through a HRA, the health reimbursement arrangement that we've all come to understand over the last few weeks. This is the mechanism that's here. And Michael's on the line. We can talk more about this, but really to keep these plans tax advantaged for retirees, this is the mechanism available to us today, other than leaving PEMCA, which we do not recommend. Okay, so Cindy created these charts. Oh, look, they fly in. This is great. Okay, so this is an illustration of how this works before and how this works with the new administration. So for example, we have a retiree enrolled, Kaiser Two Party, their premium of $1,730 was their premium. We would receive a bill for that retiree. Assuming they're 100% vested, we get the monthly bill. City processes the payment to Lisette, and we pay CalPERS for their premium. So there's no impact on the retiree's retirement check. This is invisible to the retiree on the back end. When we take everyone to the PEMCA minimum in order to make this change for new hires, this administration changes. So again, the retiree's premium is still the same. The city pays CalPERS only the PEMCA minimum. That's what CalPERS bills. The difference between the monthly premium and the amount paid by the city to CalPERS is deducted from the retiree's check. So in this case, it's at $1,573. But then the city reimburses the employee or the retiree that amount through the HRA. So that's an illustration of the administrative change. So important to note here that the retiree is receiving the same benefit. They're just receiving it in a different manner. I truly wish there were a different way to do this, but there just isn't outside leaving PEMCA. And I would not recommend that be considered for lots of reasons. But, our employees and our retirees value those benefits there, and I would not recommend that we go out. Okay, so we included some FAQs and some answers in the staff report, but I just want to highlight these really important ones. First of all, what does this mean for the retirees? As we said, it changes the way we pay them the benefit, but not the benefit themselves. Those benefits stay the same. They're made through the HRA so they can remain tax advantaged. That's one of the great things about retiree medical is you're not taxed on it. And so through the health reimbursement arrangement, it's the same thing. It's tax advantaged. Of course, there are concerns that have been brought up about, well, what happens to the city's OPEB liability? Does the change in administration of this benefit eliminate the OPEB liability? And no, it is not. There's a letter in your packet from our actuarial. It's page 42 of the packet. We had a good discussion with them to make sure we were understanding this correctly. But ultimately, OPEB liability is not determined by how we pay. It's based on those commitments that we've made to retirees. Those commitments exist however we administer our benefits. So again, the foster and foster folks are on the phone, and they can answer any further questions you have on that. Okay. Could in a future city council eliminate retiree medical benefits if the HRA is used? So the answer here is no. Whether it's through the HRA or through CalPERS, the councils have OPEB obligations. So staying with CalPERS or being in an HRA, neither one provides a benefit or an advantage in terms of guaranteeing future benefits. Those future benefits for retirees are based on the commitments that the councils in the past have made. So that's not changed by that. And that's evidenced by what the actuary is telling us, right? The actuary is saying, hey, your benefits, your OPEB remains the same. Why won't CalPERS just limit the benefits to new employees? To this, I say amen. Honestly, it would be so much easier. If I had one question that I heard from retirees that I've spoken to on the phone, this is what they ask me. And all I can say is this is just not available to us through PEMCA. We have talked with them. We have talked with the attorneys. Michael, who's on the phone for Liebert Cassidy Whitmore, has implemented these HRA plans in dozens of agencies for this very reason. Okay, so where do we stand now in implementation? So the council adopted the resolution a few meetings ago, 2024-03. So this is the first change we made that was related to the retirees that are not on the vesting schedule. So those 39 people are now in this system. They've received their first reimbursement from P&A, and I'll let Cindy give you an update on how that's gone. And then for April, they will receive that by direct deposit if they enroll, which we have been highly, highly encouraging to people. So it did take an extraordinary amount of time for these checks to get to retirees. So Cindy, do you want to provide an update on kind of where we are on that really quick?
I've received, we were able to contact some of the retirees. Some of them we weren't able to contact. We didn't have a phone number or email address. So that was about 10 of those, but we have about 22 that have received the check. We had a few of them that were in delayed, and we got an email this morning for the last person that received it. So, and then we have 7 other individuals that we never heard back from.
Right. So if someone is listening or is here and has not contacted us and has a problem, we encourage them to call us, but we actually don't have a retiree contact database. We downloaded what we could from PERS, but some of those numbers were just not good. We couldn't get everybody. So as of today, as far as we know, everyone has received their check, and all those people that we have touched, we've encouraged them to fill out those direct deposits to P&A so that they can have their next reimbursement by direct deposit. So the next remaining step for the remaining 48 retirees, we've received from PERS, and it's in your packet, those drafts beginning on page 32, to 2 sets of resolutions. The first set of resolution would be to rescind the public agency vesting schedule under the PEMCA statute. Those are the ones beginning on page 32. And then we would adopt the same vesting schedule for the city. So we move it out of the PEMCA system, we put it into the city system, and that draft is on page 67. And that would be required for every employee group that is under the vesting schedule. So once those sets of resolutions are adopted, then we can begin to transition this last group of retirees to the HRA reimbursement system. Okay, so with that concludes my presentation. We're happy to answer questions and hear from the retirees who are here and who are online to answer their questions, and we'll take direction from the council on this matter. At the last meeting, the council did ask that we reconsider rescinding resolution 2024, resolution 2024-03. So on the front page of your staff report, Colin helped us outline what we do if that's the action you wish to take. Okay, that's all I have, Mayor.
Robin, Catherine, who would like to start?
So we're doing questions right now.
Questions.
So I have a few. On page 18 of the staff report, it talks about, establishing a mechanism to pre-fund OPEB is one of the tools. And then it talks about benefit changes for future employees is another common and important change that cities have been implementing. Are there other mechanisms by which cities can manage retirement liabilities?
That's a great question. I think those are really the 2 core ones, putting money aside and then reducing the benefit for future hires. Plan design is one that can be done. We're talking about specifically for new hires.
Yeah, or just in general, because I'm just
Yeah.
going off comments in the staff report.
Yeah,
at
so
this
really
time.
the big change that I'm alluding to in this is really reducing benefits for new hires. That is really the key change that most places do. And then the funding of an OPEB trust is really a best practice to do, and it's been a struggle for some agencies, so we've made good progress here on that. So that's good.
Okay. The next one on the same page, it talks about, that medical benefits were common in the past, and I know you mentioned that in the report. and I know if we're hiring young people, they're not thinking retirement, right, or benefits. And I try and talk to my young folks about that. Offering retiree medical, could that not be something that would make Norco more attractive, especially with how we're a smaller city and different things going on? I feel like in the report and in your statements that it's kind of old school and not something that folks look for anymore, but I don't know why or we wouldn't market that as something attractive to folks to not only come here, but to stay here and work here.
I'm sure for some people that would be attractive, right? I mean, I don't want to generalize, but on the other hand, I think there's a lot of good data about, especially Gen Z, even millennials to a lesser degree, but their thought of staying 20 years with an employer and that being a really positive, joyful thing is just less and less. And they're very interested in pay. I think so. There's some I think that would value that. I think for the classic PERS employees that we attract, having the 2.7 at 55 medical retirement benefit is an excellent benefit that we offer, and that is attractive to people who are coming to us from other agencies because more and more agencies have tiered off for that, and we have not, and that's I think an ace in the hole for Norco for experienced PERS employees. But I just, in my opinion, I think that something that an employee can port with them would be better. Like if we could negotiate, say, to contribute to a health savings account for them, so they take that with them wherever they go, that would probably be more attractive to the younger folks than the new employees. But that's not to say that some people won't see the value in retiree medical, because I'm sure some would.
Okay. The next one I have, we contracted with the P&A group to administer the HRA. And I think we can all agree that the rollout and implementation has been a nightmare, to put it, nicely. So why was this rollout so horrible? Like I'm not looking to place blame, but I'm trying to understand if this is something other cities do, if this is something that this company does on the regular, like what happened?
Yeah. Well, I think where I went wrong is not engaging with our retirees before and early. We should have had a Zoom meeting and invited everybody. We should have talked through this with them. In addition to sending letters, right? We should have done more engagement with our retirees to make sure everybody understood what we were doing. Because I think by not doing that, we opened an opportunity for folks to be really worried about what was going to happen, for misinformation to be in some cases shared. And so I think that was a big mistake that I take responsibility for. I should have had them all again, they're all over the country, so we should have had them in a Zoom. The ones that are here, have them locally and really walk them through what we are doing. So I think that's the number one thing. With regard to how long it takes to get the check, I just think honestly, none of us knew how long this would take for them to get this first check. And the way that direct deposit works these days is like we do this even for our employees. Like the first check is paper, and there's a banking reason that Lisette can explain that I kind of understand that, because that's a way for them to test the direct deposit is they run a paper check first, and then subsequently it's automated. So this first check took a long time to get to our retirees, but subsequently once they enroll in direct deposit, that should not be a problem. We did talk with our broker, Alliant, Tom, who's on the phone, about, look, is this a P&A issue? Like, is this a problem on their end? And Cindy, you can elaborate, but when we talked Friday, Tom's feeling was that P&A actually does a really good job. And we use P&A for our
Flexible spending.
Thank you, flexible spending account. And I think we have good experiences. So I don't think this is a P&A issue as much as it is a lack of communication on our end and this transition time issue. I don't know what you think. If there's anybody else wants to add something about what.
Yeah, and I think it's just the initial implementation process until everybody gets their direct deposit. Talk louder.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah, I think it's also the implementation process. So I think this first turnaround, once everybody enrolls in direct deposit, then they'll receive that check. The deposit, P&A is telling us 1 to 2 days before their retirement check hits. So I mentioned to Lori that there were some retirees that didn't even get my letter till like a few weeks later. So the wonderful postal system. So, but I think once everybody gets onto direct deposit, hopefully this issue won't be an issue anymore.
And I think too, like building our own database of retiree contacts so that we have people's name, their address, their phone number, and their emails. I mean, we just don't have some of that. We have it for the newer retirees, but a lot of the folks who've been gone a long time, we just don't have it. So as we've been making contacts, we're building our own system so that we can more accurately reach people.
So to clarify, like somebody just got their check and then somebody else was like right at the end of last week. The reason for that was P&A, the bank, the city of Norco, who? The post office, who?
All I can say is that P&A has told us they've confirmed with their bank so that, they submit the electronic file to the bank, the checks go from the bank. They confirmed that those were physically mailed on the 26th. So and again, this sort of echoes what Cindy was saying about our letters took forever in the postal service too. So I don't know. I don't do a lot of mail, so I don't know what's to be expected. It seems like a really long time. We do have some retirees that live in rural areas, but not most of them. There's some that live in rural areas who shared with us that they get their mail through mail services. But so it's nothing that we did wrong or that does not appear to be an error by P&A. It just appears to be the length of time mail takes these days.
All right. Then the next question that I have, and I'll be honest, this is where the red flags kind of went up for me, was that we were told this is going to be implemented. It's going to be super easy. Don't worry about it. And then it came back, oh, well, now we have to rescind our vesting schedules. Like, I feel like when that came back to us, that was homework wasn't done, or we didn't look at the whole entire process, because like rescinding vesting schedules, that's going to be a touchy and I get it. Like, oh, we're going to rescind it. We're going to redo it. And it's going to be on the city and everything else. But just even having that discussion isn't something that you want sprung on you. And I felt like it was sprung on us. And so I can't imagine being in their position when they hear, oh, well, we're just going to rescind it and everything's going to be fine. So I want to know like why that wasn't caught earlier, why we weren't informed earlier that it wasn't just going to be oh, we're just going to move money from here to there and everybody's still going to get paid. Like there's this whole process. So what happened with that?
So we understood there was going to be administrative change, and we've known that for a long time. But when PERS sent us the first round of, and jump in if I'm saying this wrong, the PERS sent us, we asked PERS what we needed to do, and they sent a round of resolutions, which we adopted. But then when we got the first bill that first month, not everybody switched over. So we were like, what is going on? And then CalPERS said, oh, we have more resolutions for you. So they just didn't give us the whole picture from the get-go. That's my recollection of what happened.
Yes, when we contacted PERS, when this first idea came about, we asked them clearly that we wanted the intent was to move all the retirees to the PEMCA minimum, and they responded with the resolution that was adopted in January. And when the bill came, between Lizette and I were trying to figure out like why some people weren't moved over. So I finally was able to get a hold of CalPERS, and they told me, oh, well, no, it was implemented right because the vesting schedule is still in effect. You have to take another resolution to, rescind that. And of course I had some words for him, but, and that's how we came to this.
And then I only have like two more, so sorry to three more to my
You're
colleagues.
asking them.
So the next one, and it's in your FAQs, the HRA plan creates administrative work for the city. So it says, yes, there's administrative work on a monthly basis. I want to know, again, I feel like I was under the impression that we were told smooth and easy, not going to be a lot of work. And then again, just bit by bit, I feel like I'm finding out that's not necessarily the case. I want to know, like on a monthly basis, how much time it's going to take for the city to reconcile the medical billing from CalPERS. And then it says, in addition, staff will need to administer and determine eligibility for vesting based on years of service. So I feel like not only are we creating work to run the program, but now because of the vesting schedule thing, now city staff's going to have to run the vesting schedule stuff as well. And we always hear how we're short staffed. We don't have enough people. We keep putting more and more on our staff. And then we were told this was not going to do that. And I feel like it is putting more work on staff. So I want to like know if there's a quantity, like, oh, it's going to take finance department 10 hours for, you know, a month to do the medical billing. And then it's going to take every time we have a retiree, I'm going to guess the vesting, for example, will happen as folks retire. Is that going to be like there's 6 hours allocated every time somebody retires and the vesting has to be done? Or what, you know, what workload is this creating for staff? Because my impression is under the current system, there's a bill that comes from CalPERS, there's a check that's written to CalPERS and sent off. That's it. And now we're adding like 2 more steps that we don't have under the current system.
Yeah, I'll ask Cindy, and I mean, obviously on this front end, it's been a lot of work. No doubt about that. An opinion about how much on a monthly basis? I would say in terms of the vesting schedule, please, that is not going to be a challenging thing to administer for when we know somebody retired. That'll be a pretty straightforward determination, but that's my thought. What do you guys think?
I know, you know, when we got the first bill and, you know, payroll brought it over and, you know, we didn't see
Didn't
what,
match.
yeah, what we thought was happening. It was our first time. It did take us a couple of days just to try to, you know, sort them out, confirm with HR and CalPERS on, you know, why are some on this, why are some are not on this. The percentages, you know, do they match what CalPERS is saying to what we have as their hire date? So that did take a while. On determining the payment, you know, that's something that, you know, anytime in any implementation, we have to learn on, you know, how long, what's it going to take. When I talked to Sandy, she said it'll probably be about, you know, between an hour or 3 hours for her to determine, you know, how much to pay, because CalPERS their bill is only PINCA minimum and employee responsibility. So that employee responsibility is to determine whether it's really the employee or the employer, because they don't have like 3 columns to say, here's CalPERS minimum, here's the cities, and here's the employees portion. So it's just lumped into that. For as new retirees, you know, that part I wouldn't know if that, you know, would fall on HR to determine, you know, how long is it going to take for us to determine, okay, their, you know, where they are in the vesting and setting them up. That part I would be new to us.
Thank you.
When you said 1 to 3 hours, Lisette, is that in total for everybody
Yes.
Okay. per month?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
All right. And towards the end of the staff report, it's talking about why we should tier off retiree medical. And it says, towards the end of the sentence, free up funds that can be used to keep employee salaries and benefits, which I find ironic, in line with the labor market conditions over time. So I want to know what amount is that you're thinking is going to be saved, and what funds are going to be freed up?
So by limiting the benefit for new hires, we're going to reduce our OPEB liability over time. We'll effectively close the plan and take everybody to PAMCA minimum. We haven't done any estimates on that, so I don't have any analysis of what that would save you over time, but it's going to, there's no doubt about it, it's going to save significant money. This is why so many employers have done this. It's because it's a guarantee. I mean, it's going to save us money, not today, not next year, but down the line, and help the city be in a better fiscal position at that point, which obviously does help with paying benefits for employers.
So I
For
guess
employees.
I'm just trying to pick again, and I'm probably going to oversimplify, but we have a lot of expensive retirees right now. And as I look through our staffing levels then and our staffing levels now, they're lower and or maintaining. But we've had some other factors change. Like right now, there's a 10-year gap between retirement age potential and when you start Medicare. So let's say you retire at 55, you're not going to start Medicare till 65. That's a big gap. Well, unfortunately for younger folks, it's not 55 anymore. Like myself, I'm 62 and a half. So I have a smaller gap that I'm going to have to pay because that's the system that I'm under. So with keeping our staffing level, or a minimal amount of replacements, and then this smaller gap, I'm trying to figure out, mathematically in my head, I'm seeing that we have this big balloon kind of payment now, and that balloon is kind of shrinking going forward because we have put changes in place with medical already. So I feel like it's been presented to us like we have this big balloon coming down the end of the road. And I don't feel like that's necessarily the case. I feel like we're dealing with kind of that balloon right now and for the immediate future, not planning for some big balloon payment to kind of hit us or smack us 20 or 30 years down the road. So I guess I'm having a hard time wrapping my head around that with the information that's been presented to date. And then I'll finish up with my last question, and it kind of goes, again, the last sentence of the report, the city's cost for retiree medical will continue to grow over time. And I know we can't have a number, but there's, cost of living increase, CPI, all these other things. We can have an idea of projected staff growth or replacement. I don't know why we're not at least given some type of a ballpark estimate for what this can be. And you could come to us and say, we're projecting, this amount of retirement, this amount of staffing level, this is our CPI, like we do it for everything else. I don't know why we don't have a number or at least a ballpark figure to justify or back up the information in the staff report. So with that, that's all my questions.
Catherine?
Yeah, so I'm going to just piggyback on your last question, Robin, and then I have a few others. But with that, that's what our actuary does, right? Every 2 years is looks at that. And so in the letter, we give all that information and then they come up with their best estimate, which is why it's always changing, right? Because those conditions are always changing. And so when they do this, so say we keep, this continues and we have tiered off our new hires. If we only have one or two, that estimate from the actuary, so I'm saying this to correct me if I'm wrong, right, isn't going to change much. We're not going to see that decrease until we have more employees who have been tiered off.
Right. Yes, exactly. It will go down over time. But keep in mind, there's different variables here, right? So yes, well, to back up, and then maybe the actuaries can weigh in on this question. So the $19 million is the value, is the current value of that future obligation. That number will continue to grow over time based on our employee census and based on the cost of benefits. So you're right, Robin. I think we'll never hit 150 or whatever the number was of employees we had. That's probably not going to occur. I think we can run the organization leaner and using contract services and so forth to try to keep where we are. But the costs are going to keep escalating. And so and then people keep living longer. Other interesting thing is too, that the younger folks, I just learned this recently, their Medicare age is not 65, it's 67. Did you guys know this? For
Yes,
the younger
we know this
people?
over here. We
Yeah.
have missed the gravy train.
Oh, yeah. Are you the 67? Okay, yeah. I think I'm the 65. So the under a certain age, it's 67. So we can have the actuary weigh in, but that 19 million is your number right now, the future value. Now, how that impacts the budget is a function of how well the OPEB trust does. If the OPEB trust does amazing and we just keep having, then that's going to start to throw off interest earnings that can be used toward that pay-go cost, which will be really helpful. But ultimately, do I think that it's going to continue, the OPEB's going to go down if we don't tier off? No, I don't think that's going to happen. I think it could level out, but I don't think it's going to go down. But I'd be curious with the actuaries don't like to guess or estimate, so they're probably laughing at me right now for suggesting they might want to make a comment on this. So the question with regard to, what happens to our OPEB liability if we don't tier off, recognizing that we have more employees right now that are retired than maybe we will to some degree in the future. I think that's kind of Robin's point.
Drew, I think.
Yes, good evening. Can you guys hear me okay?
Yes, we can.
So I think that the main question is the $19 million of OPEB liability going to increase over time if there's no changes made?
Right. I think that's the question is where do you envision the OPEB going if we don't make any changes?
Yeah, so I mean, there's a couple things I guess to point out. One is that the liability, the total OPEB liability, will have a kind of a shape where it will increase in the short term, then really kind of decrease in the long term as the members continue to receive benefit payments. But when talking about kind of what the long-term savings would be, which is really, I think, what's at the discussion here for implementing a different benefit level for new hires, there's really a cost to that benefit that is accrued during the member's employment, and we usually reflect that as a percentage of salary. So that cost could, under the current benefit level compared to the cost under the PEMCA minimum would be really where you would realize that savings on the new hires as members continue to terminate and retire from the city and be replaced with those new hires. Is really what's the difference in the annual cost to fund that benefit throughout the employee's active career prior to retirement. That's really where we would recognize the savings. As far as kind of the total OPEB liability, that changes as we get census information based on what the staffing levels are, what the how did medical costs change over time compared to our assumptions? When did folks retire? How long did people live? So there's a lot that goes into those, the total OPEB liability that changes from year to year outside of the benefits. But trying to compare what is the cost to the city of paying for the retiree medical for a new employee would really be to look at what the savings would be of that cost to pay that benefit throughout the members' working lifetime through the city. And that's where we could really show the difference in there if we wanted to do a similar analysis or some analysis of that to the tune of that. Is that helpful?
Yeah, I think.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, thank you. It's an actuary.
Just to
We
chime in.
appreciate.
To give you an example, this is Michael Earl. Under the PEMCA minimum in today's dollars, the total contribution for a vested employee would max out at less than $2,000. For a fully vested retiree and the vesting schedule, it could max out at upwards of $20,000.
And you're talking about annually,
Correct.
right? And then if you multiply that times how many years that retiree is using those benefits. Okay, thank you. So I have a few other questions. On page 5 of the PowerPoint presentation, no, it's not page 5, I apologize. Page 3. The third bullet point down, 100% coverage for employee, spouse, and dependents. How many dependents can be covered? Just to clarify.
I think that, well, there's two different things. The number of dependents, I think it can be any number, but you only pay for the first two. It's the family, right? So it's the employee plus family is the rate, but there's no cap on the number of dependents. No, there's no cap on the numbers.
Okay,
but
I
the
see what you're
rates are
saying, right? 'Cause you
single
yes.
plus one, single plus
I know,
family.
it doesn't matter. It's the family rate whether you have one child or
Yes,
10 children. Okay.
exactly.
So that's just determined by their plan rate, right? So but the family rate is going to be the most expensive rate for whatever the medical plan is under any plan, CalPERS or what have you. Okay. On the FAQ on page 13, and you spoke to this a little bit, Lori, but my interpretation of the question is a little different. Sorry, let me find my page 13. Can using the HRA to pay benefits? No, sorry, is the first one. What does the change to administration through the HRA mean? No, I'm sorry. It's the next one. Couldn't a future city council eliminate retiree medical benefits if the HRA is used? So I read this as a concern for retirees that if we're using an HRA, does that somehow make it easier for the council to change medical benefits for retirees. And so my question is whether it is the established PEMCA resolution that we've adopted or the council resolution that we've adopted, either one of those could be changed just as easily. Like using an HRA doesn't make it somehow more easy, my grammatically correct English, right, to make any changes.
Yeah, that's correct. So unlike our pensions, which have a different kind of, the word vesting means different with a pension. The vesting schedule talks about how long you work someplace for how long to earn the benefit. That's something that's been committed to, that exists here at the city now, whether it's administered through PEMCA or administered through an HRA. And even if we left PEMCA and we had XYZ medical insurance, the city still has certain obligations that it's made to those folks in the plans, whether or not it's through an HRA or through PEMCA. Sounds like Michael wants to
So
weigh in.
whether something's vested is an analysis under the contracts clauses of the state and federal constitution about whether a benefit has been promised in perpetuity. And so that's the analysis that you undergo if you're going to attempt to make a change to benefits for future hires. It's not an issue, but for current employees and retirees, you'd have to go through that analysis if you make a change. The current structure, though, we don't really have to deal with it because we're not reducing the amount of benefits. We're keeping them the same. We're just restructuring how they're paid due to the PEMCA minimum and equal contribution rules, because you cannot continue to make your payments directly to CalPERS and have a new tier due to the equal contribution rule.
Right. But making the change to the HRA does not inherently make it easier to do anything to the benefits than what we had previously established, correct?
So if they were not vested, then you would be able to basically reduce or terminate them regardless of whether you had a vesting schedule or whether you were using the HRA.
Okay. So there's no change. Thank you. And then I had two more. So when we look at, I sent some questions via email. And the PEMCA statute states that if someone were to work, this is just an example, right? 20 years at Norco and go somewhere else because of the government code. So say someone works 20 years at Norco and then they go work 5 years somewhere else. If our benefit plan is higher, then the city of Norco pays the full cost of benefits. Is there any way trying to find my question. Is there any other way to reduce that amount without doing the changes that we've done?
No,
Or that
that's by
we've talked about?
statute. That's by statute. So there's two circumstances where the employee or the retiree can effectively elect for the better benefit. One is if they've been somewhere 20 years with a vesting schedule, and one is if they get an IDR, a disability retirement. So in either of those cases, the statute specifically says for PEMCA agencies that they can elect for the greater of the benefit.
And based on what I saw in the staff report, a number of cities now are doing the PEMCA minimum, which means any employee who was somewhere else, we would most likely have a higher benefit.
Absolutely.
And
Yes,
then we
right
would
now,
need to
yes.
pay the entire cost for
Potentially,
even though they
yes.
didn't retire from our city.
They'd have to do the 20 years with Norco though. So it's not gonna be super common, but it has
Okay.
occurred and
Okay.
it can occur.
Okay. And then my last question is looking at our OPEB trust, at what point do we anticipate drawing from the OPEB? Because I know in the staff report, it mentioned, our goal of getting it up to 70%. Is that when then we would start drawing from the interest that it's generating? How much interest is it generating? Because the idea I know with that, right, was to invest that money to use the returns to be able to offset these OPEB costs, because OPEB, it just keeps increasing, right? Especially with no changes if we're still paying, quite a bit in retiree medical. So what is the recommendation in terms of starting to draw on that? At what point do we do that? Is that the 70%?
I am not prepared to answer that question tonight. I don't know the answer to that. I think we need to do some analysis to make some determinations. I mean, you don't have anything at hand that you know of, Lisette?
It goes back to that OPEB trust is, started it's our savings, right? You
don't touch it.
You don't touch it, right? Until it's needed. Yes, our goal is to have, based on our reserve policy, to fund at least 70% of our OPEB liability. We're at 63%. Once, once we reach that 70%, if, depending on how our finances are, whether or not to use it would be brought up at that point.
And if I can add, that's something that we'll want to put in our work plan to determine, because the way these PEMCA trusts work, it's an irrevocable trust, meaning that if we strand money in the trust, it's stranded. So we want to be smart about when we start to draw. There'll be a tipping point where we want to draw to pay for OPEB, and we'll want to make sure we don't
Then you can't
contribute
use it
anymore.
for anything else.
Right. So if you contribute to the trust, it's irrevocable. So we want to be smart about when we start to look. I don't think this has been an issue for Norco up to this point, right? Because we've been in the infancy. But what's something we'll want to watch and talk with our actuaries about to make sure we don't continue to contribute when we don't need to, and then we know when it's time to start drawing.
Those
We'll
are
make
my
a note of
questions.
that.
Thank you.
Greg?
Thank you, Mayor. Couple of questions. That one kind of concerned me right there, Catherine's, but some of these may parallel some other questions that were asked, Lori. What research led you to this opinion that we need to address this strategy to reduce retiree benefits? To me, it seems that the OPEB, it's in good condition today. Why do we need to fix something that's not broken?
Well, in coming into the organization and seeing the city's financial structure, seeing the benefits that are offered, again, this is this benefit has been discontinued in most public agencies in order to reduce costs over time. So I know we're always looking to fiscal responsibility, and this has just become what other communities, other cities have done to reduce their long-term OPEB liabilities. Doing the trust is a great move, but not ending the benefit for the new hires is the other half of that move that's typically been done but by other agencies. So
Where's the research? Where's the analysis of this?
I think that, and I'm not sure what you mean. I mean, I think that it's clear that
Where
ending
was
the
this?
benefit provides a savings to the city in the future. So that's why I brought it to the council for discussion.
So we really didn't do an analysis or research. This is of what other cities have done.
Well, again, I'm not sure that I didn't do any mathematical analysis of it, because it's on the face of it, reducing the benefit for future hires regenerates savings in the future. I mean, as Michael said, I can tell you, like, if we spend $20,000 a year on a retiree now, we'll be spending less than $1,500 a year on a retiree in the future. That's just the savings today. It'll multiply over time. So it just isn't.
Okay, well, this next question will probably be about the same answer. The original January 17th staff report under fiscal impact states, reducing the retirement contributions to PEMCHA should result in a reduction to the OPEB. And the new staff report today says that it will reduce costs. Okay? Neither staff report under fiscal impact has a dollar sign. So how do we have a fiscal impact report that says should and will and doesn't equate any dollars?
I might be able to help with that with the question. I don't have a dollars answer, but I might be able to.
Okay, well then add this to your answer. How do we know how much we will actually save, and will the OPEB actually grow if we don't make this change?
So currently you have the vesting schedule, which does make the actual amount difficult to ascertain, because in part it depends on your labor force. Oh, I might be talking over you, or the video. Is I coming through? Because the video I'm seeing somebody talking, but I'm not hearing audio, so it might just be that it's off. I'm not talking over anyone.
No, I'm hearing you.
Okay.
I'm listening.
So the vesting schedule does make it difficult to ascertain the exact dollars amount, because you don't, for example, I mean, maybe the actuaries have a way to do that with the population, but you don't know if somebody's going to work for you for 5 years, 10 years, or 20 years. So if you do have a very high turnover, then your vesting schedule will save you more money. If you have stable employees over time, then the vesting schedule will be very expensive. So what we do know is that your maximum is, like in today's dollars, because these are all going to go up as time goes on and health benefits increase. So right now, no matter how long somebody works for the city of Norco, as long as, or for actually a CalPERS agency, and works for the city of Norco and retires, the maximum they're going to get is $157 per month. For somebody who's fully vested under your vesting schedule, it could be as high as we just talked about. I think nearly $2,000 per month, or a little $1,700 per month, a little higher than that. So unless you have massive turnover, though, you're going to recognize savings with the PEMCA minimum versus the vesting schedule. And I would imagine that anecdotally, if you look at your population of who's receiving benefits, you're going to have more people that have been there who would have vested under the vesting schedule versus those who didn't.
Hey, this is Drew Ballard. Do you mind if I chime in here for a second from the actuary's perspective?
Please do.
So it makes a good point, Mike, there, that, you know, it does depend on when folks would terminate or retire, how much service they would have. We do build in to our model expectations with those assumptions. And one of the other important assumptions is based on the benefit level that you're providing your retirees at the time of retirement, we have an assumption for what percentage of those will elect to participate and stay on medical coverage. And if you change the benefit tier to the what's being proposed, the PEMCA minimum, you would typically see that less would elect to stay covered after retirement, which would also shift, you know, to that decrease in cost and decrease in overall liability, because less people are, when they reach retirement, not only is the benefit smaller, but less people are electing to stay covered by the city in retirement due to the level of that benefit. So I did just want to point that out as he was talking about some of those particulars.
Yeah, and so
But we
just to
do
add-
build that into our model when we expect people to terminate or retire based on really the CalPERS experience study that
Based
are
on the
done every
experience
4
study.
years.
and the experience studies every 4 years, right? So again, it clearly does save money. I was not asked to provide any additional estimates during this process, or we could have worked on that. But frankly, I wouldn't think it's just not necessary. It just clearly saves money over time.
I don't mean to be argumentative. You just said you weren't asked to provide any numbers. Did we ask to have all this? I mean, wouldn't that be part of it? If we asked for this to provide numbers?
This sort of change is fundamentally reducing the benefit for new hires, eliminates that at future costs. So that's not something we did. We had in our discussions in closed session. So
And just a couple other little ones that concern me. When we originally talked about this would not, and I think Lisette touched on it, and Robin, would not be an administrative burden on staff. That was real important to us, that it was just to be a mechanism. On page 22 in this staff report, why wasn't this explanation given to us when we first talked about it in January?
sorry, which part are you referring to on page 22?
That when we originally talked about this back in January or before, it would not be an administrative burden, okay? It was just to be a mechanism. On page 22, now we talk about the administration of this.
Right.
So it seems that it's much more work for staff than what we or I originally anticipated.
Okay. Well, I don't think that was meant to be the intention. There's just more discussion here about this in terms of elaborating. I think I had questions about what we need to do. So we provided you with more narrative here about what we have to do. So
Okay.
I don't think it's meant to, both things are saying the same thing. This is just giving you more narrative.
All right. And then this is just a little follow-up. Cindy mentioned that you had contacted different all the retirees. And I've had a few retirees reach out to me and that they've received duplicate checks. Okay. One, well, good for you. All right. That doesn't seem to be a sound accounting principle, that we have duplicate checks going out to retirees. Can you give me an explanation on that? Or is that you, or is that a Lisette thing, or whoever wants to answer it?
So late last week, we had, I think, 5 retirees that had not received a check. So we were concerned for them and that they're out this money. So we worked together and FedEx them checks from here, not knowing if their P&A check was lost. We emailed them and had some communication with them to let them know whichever check they received first to go ahead and deposit that one, and then we'll stop the other. So there were, I think, 6. Cindy thinks it's 6 that we did that for. And we've since heard from all of them. They either, I think most of them actually got the P&A check first, and then one did
Like I
receive
said,
our
I've
check.
heard from a few. And
Yeah,
I'm
so
just
that's
like,
why we did that.
why
As
are
we
we
just
sending duplicate checks?
Well, because we were concerned their checks were lost and we didn't want to leave them stranded without those reimbursements. Yeah.
Thank you, Mayor. That's all I have for now.
Mayor Pro Tem Berwin?
Most, excuse me, most of them been answered. I got one though that concerns me. Lizette, pardon me, man. We rescind this and go back to the normal way. How long is it gonna take you and your staff to straighten this mess up?
CalPERS has the timeline, I believe, if this is rescinded, it would be effective May 1st.
You could have everything back like it was. I mean, all this double checks and people not getting checks and stuff like that. That's what I'm saying. How much staff time is it gonna take to redo all this?
So once if it is rescinded and we go back to the way things were as of the bill in May, then there wouldn't be any additional work, because it's just basically like Robin had mentioned, where we get the bill and then they make a payment.
Okay, thank you. That's all.
I just have a couple questions. So, part of the reason that we maintain this benefit for many years, and you may not be able to answer this, Lori, but maybe somebody in staff, that we maintain this for so long was because we paid under market, correct? We weren't competitive, correct?
Yeah, I'm not sure, but I mean, it's a very nice benefit for sure. And so I can't speak to the thoughts where you guys were on that previously.
So
but yeah.
the reason that we recently gave large raises was to become competitive salary-wise in the market.
Yeah, I mean, the city had a goal to implement a class and comp study to compensate employees in the market. And so that did take employees up to market. And there had been, in a number of the departments, pretty significant turnover before that decision was made to implement the salary improvements. And we've done better since then. So that's good.
And retention better?
You understand? Yeah.
Numbers.
Yeah.
I actually just got those numbers. Our turnover rate for 2023 was 16%.
And then don't we have an obligation to the retirees to make sure that we ensure that their pensions, that the city will be sustainable enough while attracting good help to protect the existing pensions and the medical care?
Yeah.
On your microphone.
I'm sorry. Yes. So in my opinion, tiering off for new hires will help the city over time fiscally, which helps pay for all the bills. Absolutely.
Okay, let's go to questions. Public comments.
Yes. We will now open up the question comment period related to this item, retiree healthcare benefits. Staff and or city council will answer questions or clarify concerns as asked by the speakers. Please keep your items to 3 minutes or less. Those persons on the line, please make sure that you note that you would like to speak, and the system will mute those online at 3 minutes. I have The first speaker card will be Andy Okoro.
Hi, Andy. How are you?
Good evening, Mayor.
Nice to see you.
Good evening, council members and staff. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to be here this evening to talk on this issue. I think it's an opportunity to clarify what staff is recommending to the city council for the retirees here to understand the impact on them, and for everybody to be on the same page as to whether we are going to move forward or not, the city is going to move forward or not on this issue. But before I have a lot of comments and a lot of questions that I like, or clarifications that I like to have clarified, questions answered based on the staff report, the plan document, and the proposed resolution that is go to that will be going to the CAPOS to rescind.
Just 1 second, Andy. Do I have council's permission to suspend the 3 minutes with the questions? Is that okay? All right.
Yeah, I'm
So
gonna
we're
need
gonna-
at least 15 minutes, maybe
sorry,
20 minutes.
Do we need a vote on that? So moved.
So first of all, I just got the presentation that staff used, the slide presentation this evening. I just want to make a couple of corrections or clarifications with respect to the information that is contained in the staff presentation. Starting with the background on retiree medical. One of the things I want to make clear and ensure that the city council understands is why the city adopted the vesting schedule in the first place. When I became the finance director for the city of Norco, it was obvious that retiree medical, as well as the cost of providing medical insurance to employees, was disproportionate to the resources, the financial resources of the city. There were reasons given as to why those benefits were very high. One of which was what you stated previously, Mr. Mayor, and that was because the employees at that time were paid minimal amount compared to other cities. That notwithstanding, we needed to do something to address that issue. I know Loris in her presentation talked a little bit about the city's financial structure today. You should have seen what it looked like back in 2003, 2004, or 2008. So there were two issues we were confronted with at that point to deal with. One was the issue of employees retiring with minimal service to the city of Norco and then walking away with full retiree medical benefits that were not capped. So the second issue we had to deal with was how do we minimize the cost? That's why we adopted the vesting schedule. The vesting schedule is a state schedule. It is not a city of Norco designed schedule. It's not like the city got to pick what it wanted to implement and what it didn't want to implement. This was clearly the state's vesting schedule. The vesting schedule did those two things. First of all, that's when we capped the amount that was provided to employees, current employees, as well as retired employees. It's one objective of the vesting schedule. Prior to that, there was no cap, meaning that whatever the premium was for employees, current employees, as well as retirees, the city picked up the tab. A significant change in terms of trying to reduce cost. Then the second thing we did was to prevent that situation where employees will come into the city and walk. They could walk one day, they could walk 1 year, they could walk 5 years. As long as they have 5 years in PERS, they were entitled to full retiree medical at retirement. So that's why we did the vesting schedule. We explored other options during the time the vesting schedule was being discussed and found them to be difficult to implement and didn't implement them. Of course, we had the fire department at the time to deal with, to contend with. So the issue is not about reducing the cost of retiree medical. I think we all want to do that. The question is how you go about doing it within the restrictions that we have. One of the things Lori stated in her presentation was the city amended the vesting schedule to increase the amount of benefits provided to retirees. I'm not aware of any such amendments that amended the schedule to provide increased benefits to retirees. I'd like to see that resolution if it exists, to see if that was anything that was done after the vesting schedule was implemented. And certainly I'm not aware of that. So as I said, the amount that is provided under the vesting schedule is the amount that is required under the state's vesting schedule. It's not a City of Norco vesting schedule. At the time we adopted this, their own vesting schedule. I don't know if that arrangement has changed now.
I can speak to that if I may. So just to clarify, Andy, I didn't say that the vesting schedule adopted a new dollar amount. There's two separate issues. One is the vesting schedule, and that is the state schedule, as you noted, and I noted also. But there's another document that we adopt to tell us what amount of the premium we're paying under that vesting schedule. Prior to the vesting schedule, at some point in the past, the retiree medical was capped at $1,250 a month, and then there's another group that got $1,500 a month. Around the time of the vesting schedule, we can find it's a separate resolution, but the employees were taken to so where they could qualify for full premium under the vesting schedule. So so that change was made at some point. That is why the older retirees that are not in the vesting schedule receive less, because they fall under those prior tiers where the dollars were capped. The newer retirees in the schedule, yes, there's a vesting requirement, but ultimately they vest possibly at a higher benefit amount than the older retirees. So that's what I was trying to say. The second thing I will note is this, that while the vesting schedule is standard, the city's adoption of full premium is not. So for state employees, they're under, and most other cities that have this are under what's called the 90-10 plan, meaning that if you vest fully, you get 90% of the employee's contribution, and then I think it's 10% for the spouse. So we did not adopt that in Norco. We adopted full premium for the employee, their spouse, and their children. And I can't speak if that occurred, but that occurred at some point.
Yeah, so the full premium was adopted, and that was what was negotiated at the time with the employees. And again, but with respect to the capping of the cost, I can assure you, and there are retirees here who walked before me at the city, the cap was part of the 2004 vesting schedule adoption, or prior to that. Before 2004, there were no caps to the amount that employees could be paid for their retiree medical. And if those resolutions exist, that says otherwise, you can provide them to the city council, and the city council can share that information. Also, I do want to make some corrections or clarifications with respect to the page that says OPEB Trust.
Which page?
It says page 7. The information there, it says as of 12/31/23. I don't think that date is correct. If you go back to the staff report, the actuary that was last performed was as of June 30, 2021. And that makes a huge difference in terms of where the assets relative to the liabilities are as of today. I believe that the ratio between the assets and the liabilities, as of today, the actuary is typically the lag, their time lag, meaning that they're about 2 years behind the actual dates. I can show you that I believe, in my opinion, that the ratio would have gotten better than the 63% when we get to the next actuary. And if we are talking about 12/31/2023, that would even look better. The reason I say that is simply because of, I don't think the liability, based on the amount of money that we have in the trust currently, and the amount of investment earnings given the performance in the market, that the gains from that is likely to have been higher than the increase on the liability side.
Mayor, if I may speak to that.
Yes, please.
Andy, that's not correct. So this is actually, as of 12/31/23, this is the actual dollar amounts from the SERPT report that we received for 12/31/23. SERPT is the trust that we have with PERS. And Lisette, if you have a copy of that. So these are literally the numbers from our report as of, according to the SERP trust.
The trust is correct. I'm not arguing
it's two
that
different.
point.
Let me speak to that.
Okay.
So Robin, these are two different questions. One is the actuarial report and one is the SERP trust. So the SERP trust is giving us our investment returns as of December 31/23. That is the date of the report. And this is what's shown in the report for the value of the liability that they're using for that report. So I'll defer to Lisette so in other words, again, these numbers are always moving, right? So Andy's right, the actuarial report's done every other year, but the SERP trust gives us more recent reports. And Lisette, I'll defer to you.
So to sort of explain the SERP annual review that was done in December 31st, 2023, these numbers are based on the valuation as of June 30th, 2021. So that is the data.
The OPEB liability, but not for the value
annual,
of the trust.
Yeah. And then we are currently starting our valuation as of June 30, 23 with our actuarials and CalPERS. And the OPEB trust balance as of December 31st is in assets is 13.3 million.
So again, for the purposes of calculating the ratio, I believe the ratio is calculated as of June 30, 2021. Is that what this says?
That is the most current valuation available.
So I want to make sure that is clear, because if we were funded at 63% as of June 30, 2021, I believe that ratio is probably much higher than the 63% as of now, 12/31/2023. And there was another thing that relates to this, that was a comment that I didn't know the city had adopted a plan to reach a funding ratio of 70% and then I guess begin to withdraw funds from this trust. That wasn't the long-term financial plan that was put in place for this. The goal is to continue to increase the amount in this trust until such a time that we believe that most of the liabilities have been funded, okay? And then I think, as the finance director indicated, you look at it as a savings account. The money will never expire as long as the city is in existence. I think that impression was conveyed as to the potential for the money expiring. Then we need to begin withdrawing from the funds at some point.
I want to ask a question, Andy. Didn't you say that it's a tipping point? That 70%?
There's
I
no-
apologize
there's-
for that question because I think it's caused more
No,
confusion.
yeah, no, there's, the funds do not expire. No. But the issue is that funds can be stranded in a rope. It's possible to overfund a trust at some point down the line. So we just have to strike find that sweet spot where we've contributed enough and it's time to draw down. We haven't done that analysis at all, and we'll want to do that very carefully. So that's something we'll add to our list.
And I would state that the funds are never going to be stranded as long as the city is in existence. I think that's a difference of opinion. And perhaps the actuaries can comment on that later on.
You know, one thing, just Lori, if we ever have an issue like this again, and no offense to anybody, I would like the actuaries to be in the room. I'm having trouble hearing them and that kind of thing. Do you want to weigh in, gentlemen, one of you, on this issue?
This is Drew. Could you repeat the question? I'm having trouble.
Go ahead and
Can I?
state the question.
Sure. The question is whether the amount that is held in the OPEB trust can at some point become stranded.
Yes, there is a possibility of that occurring. I mean, the money that is in the trust is dedicated to pay post-retirement medical benefits. It is not into a point where we are close to that at this point, but that is a possibility.
What situation will create such a possibility?
Well, if you continue to contribute to the trust and continue to earn investment earnings and never had a reimbursement to pay benefits, then it would just continue to increase. But, where we are now, that's really not in a situation where that would occur in the short term. But if you're asking me, is it possible? The answer is yes, it's possible.
But nobody in their right mind is going to continue to contribute money to a fund after he's, say, reached 100%. At some point, you're going to start withdrawing the money. And the point I'm making is, as long as the city is in existence, the city will have the ability to withdraw those funds to pay for retiree medical insurance. There is also a comment.
Did you hear that comment, sir? Did you hear that comment, actuary folks?
Was that directed at me? Was the comment that nobody would do that?
Just the last thing that was stated.
The last thing I stated is, as long as the city is in existence, the city will continue to have the ability to withdraw funds from the trust to pay for retiree medical.
I mean, that's a long ways out to be making that statement.
Okay.
Okay, what does that mean?
In existence, they'll be able to pull out from the trust. I mean, the trust,
Yeah,
make it clear that the trust is a trust that is dedicated to pay OPEB benefits.
I think we've gone down
dollars that are being accumulated in that trust are dedicated to pay future benefits from that trust in the form of post-retirement medical benefits.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, I think this is a little bit off the central topic today, but
like
the
the
point
weeds.
is that at some point we're going to have to make that analysis of when it's time to draw down. That you don't want to over contribute to the trust.
Which is the tipping point.
That's where, yeah. So where is that point?
And
We
that
don't
has
have
always
that
been
today.
the plan. It's not
Right.
Got
changed.
it.
Although I don't know where the 70%
I think that's gone.
target came from.
That's gone.
One other thing that was said here is that the contribution, currently 300,000 in contribution to the OPEB trust. That is not a requirement, by the way. The city is not required to contribute to the OPEB trust. That was something the city implemented as a long-term financial tool to address the rising increase in retiree medical. As we have talked about, the benefits they are significant. And we were one of the first in the state to establish that OPEB trust. And the amount of money in that trust, most of it actually is derived from investment earnings, not actual city contribution. One of the things also I like to, I observed, this is the first time that I have heard that a cafeteria plan for city employees, so that city council knows and the city staff here knows the plan that is being proposed is going to impact current employees. Cindy, I think you provided a chart here for cafeteria for how it works for retirees that are impacted. I don't see a chart as to how that would impact current employees. Maybe that can be explained to council so that you don't have to address that sometime later on.
I think we take those questions and we can take them under advisement, but we are well aware of how cafeteria plans work and there's no impact on our employees.
So take that under advisement.
Yeah, there is no cafeteria plan that is put in place yet, as far as I know. Not anyone that has been shared. But the point is that this restructuring impacts not just retirees, but current employees. I do want to go back and clarify certain things. There is a number of cities that have been pointed out here in the study that staff has provided. First of all, the city of Eastvale, it doesn't have the same issue. They made the right election when they went to PEMCA, which is to pay the minimum. So their issue is not the same as Norco, which did not make the election in 1984 to pay the minimum. If that election was made in 1984, we wouldn't be here today talking about this. We wouldn't have even had a vesting schedule. Okay. Similarly, the city of Harupa Valley is not in the same boat. They don't have a plan similar to the city of Norco. There is also a discussion about HSA versus HRA, health savings account versus health reimbursement account. I want to know if these cities, of course, excluding the city of Eastvale, the city of Harupa Valley, that is, including city of Corona, city of Eastvale, Moreno Valley, and Temecula. What did they implement? Was it HRA or was it HSA? Hopefully we'll get.
Yeah, please.
When you mention that on HRA or Lori, is that a tool to comply with IRS regulations?
They asked.
I can speak to the HSA and the HRA. So the health savings account is a personal account that someone contributes to. The HRA is the pre-tax vehicle for paying retirees. So when we talk about a cafeteria plan, you should already be running all benefits through a cafeteria plan if the employee is paying any portion, because that's the pre-tax vehicle. Retirees cannot participate in a health reimbursement arrangement or health reimbursement account. A cafeteria plan rather. So we set up the HRA in order to have the pre-tax vehicle for retirees because they cannot participate in the cafeteria plan. But an HRA is different than a health savings account.
Okay, my question though is, again, this question is to staff, is whether the cities that have been included in the survey comparison implemented HRA or HSA.
Do you want to take that under advisement or?
Sure, I'm not completely sure I understand. Some of them may have, I'm not aware that any of them have implemented an HSA, although some may. Like I know Riverside is, I know like other cities are doing HSA. That's the defined contribution plans. Is that what you're asking? So yes, so that's a way to help employees save for retirement. That is a defined contribution instead of a defined benefit. So, but I know for sure that Eastvale and Harupa Valley have nothing. I know that Harupa Valley does provide like a 401A match or a 457 match. I'm not sure they do either of the above.
Yes, that's an outstanding question. Also, does any of these cities have did any of these cities adopt a vesting schedule?
I don't know. This was focused on whether or not they tiered off on new hires. So we're trying to understand the labor market, and that was our focus. I'm guessing some of them do have a vesting schedule, but I don't have that information.
Okay.
But all these cities do not have retiree medical for new hires.
Okay, the cities that have tiered off benefits, it would be nice to know if they had a vesting schedule in place before undertaking this, because that is the complication, a significant complication. And I think makes this situation a little different.
That might be a question that Michael Ural can answer. Michael, are you familiar with other cities that
Yeah, I can answer that. So vesting schedules are not very common in the total CalPERS health or PEMCA. More popular in Northern California for some reason. They're not really, people aren't going, or agencies aren't going in that direction anymore. And in order to have a tier, you would have to terminate your vesting schedule and either lower benefits if they're not vested and you're not going to try to maintain them for current employees or retirees, or do the workaround that we're trying to do, which is to maintain a certain level of benefits that replicates the vesting schedule while having a tier, because those are mutually exclusive. You can't keep the statutory vesting schedule that is being administered by CalPERS and have a new tier because of the equal contribution rule. So agencies that are wanting to have a new tier that is lower have to terminate their vesting schedule and either come up with some other way to provide benefits or reduce benefits, but you couldn't have both.
All right, this question is more to point out how the process has gone. When you adopted the resolution in January of 2024, did you know, were you thinking about repealing the vesting schedule? And were you thinking about creating a cafeteria plan for current employees?
I'll answer that. I think I said it in my questions. No, because that was something that came up after the fact. So that was not in my schema when this was originally presented.
Yeah, and I will add that we didn't know that point either, that we had to repeal and replace the vesting schedule. So when we received that subsequently, then that's when we learned from CalPERS.
But then the discussion that was just from online made it sound like, yeah, we knew that had to be done, or did our consultants that were online just find that out at the same time as us? Because from his discussion right now, he made it sound like, yeah, that's what we had to do. But that wasn't presented to us in January.
Yeah, I don't think that maybe they knew, but Cindy and I just knew what CalPERS gave us, which was that first set of resolutions. So Michael
these-
may have done this. Michael's done this before and we haven't. So he definitely may have known there was more to come.
Yeah, I can
Go
I
ahead.
can tell you why this probably happened. So you have pre-vesting schedule retirees who are based on a separate resolution from your vesting schedule. So you have basically two groups. You have your pre-vesting schedule. They have an opportunity to opt into the vesting schedule under certain circumstances. And then you have your employees that are hired after the date the vesting schedule is adopted that are subject to the vesting schedule. We had talked to the analyst at CalPERS about this and what we were going to do as far as reducing everybody to the PEMCA minimum. Some time passed, and I suspect what happened is the analyst thought that they only meant for the pre-vesting schedule retirees. And so when they supplied, and CalPERS is the one that supplies the resolution. So when they supplied the resolution, my guess is what happened is they provided they only thought it was for the pre-vesting schedule and supplied that resolution, and that's why that occurred.
But you as the expert didn't then go to city staff and say, oh, shoot, you guys, I think CalPERS made a mistake. And instead city staff has to call CalPERS and try and get in touch and figure out that a mistake was made?
So I believe that I was out when the resolution came in, and that's why I didn't see it before I went to council.
So I have a question. Will for existing retirees, will there be any changes under what's been proposed?
When you mean what's been proposed, do you mean under the vesting
In other words,
schedule?
if we were to adopt what's come forward, will there be any effect whatsoever on the deal we made with existing employees?
So the amounts will be the same. The way it's paid is restructured.
Right.
So right now, let's say the amount is $1,700. We are paying for a retiree. For employees, it comes out of their check the same. They're not even going to notice it. But for retirees, the way it worked under the old system is a check would be written for, let's say, $1,700 directly to CalPERS. And that's the contribution. The way it works now is that the PEMCA minimum is paid directly to CalPERS. The rest of the amount is from the allowance, and then we have the direct deposit that will be set up. So the exact amount that is the exact difference between the PEMCA minimum, so $157 and $1,700 in my example, is being paid through the HRA to the retiree. So they have the same amount. Now you had what it sounds like a little bit of a bumpy rollout with the mail out. After everyone signs up for direct deposit, it should basically be like an automatic credit and debit. So the amounts are the same, the structure of the payment is different.
Thank you.
And that's what you're trying to do to basically keep retirees with the same amount while trying to reduce your liabilities in the future, because you can't continue to pay the full amount to CalPERS and have a new tier. That's what I was talking about as far as the mutually exclusive part.
Anything else, Andy?
I do have a lot. So if you can allow me some additional time.
Yes.
Okay, I skip some of these items that I have here. I want to go to the plan document. One of the first items I have on the plan document is under qualifying expenses, provision number 12, under the definitions.
Which page is that, Andy?
It's page 47 of 71. That section talks about expenses pertaining to section 213D of the Internal Revenue Code. I guess my question is to P&A group, and that is whether medical insurance reimbursement under the proposed HRA falls under that code section 213D of the Internal Revenue Code.
Did you hear that, sir?
I don't understand the question.
The questions, let me read what this says. It says qualifying expenses means any expenses as described in the appendices of this document that meets the definition of qualified expenses within the meaning of code section 213D and as allowed under code section 105 and the rulings and treasury regulations thereunder. My question is the reimbursement of medical insurance premiums to retirees under the proposed plan qualify under section 213 of the code?
Yes, it's a qualified expense under the HRA.
I didn't ask if it was a qualified expense of the HRA. I'm asking specifically with respect to section 213 of the code.
I don't know, as I sit here, if it is under 213D, but it is a qualified expense under the pre-tax vehicle that we're using for the reimbursement.
Well, I'm just reading what is defined here.
So we'll take that one under advisement.
Yeah, and if I can clarify, it says as allowed under code section 105 and the rulings of the treasury regulations they're under. So we've had this discussion with our HRA provider and they've sent, give me a minute, I'll find it in my email where they confirm that medical insurance is a qualified expense.
Yeah, I'm looking it up under the IRS and it's under the code.
Well, it is under 213D. 1D is the insurance portion of it.
Okay, my next question is under eligibility. There are 2 bullet points there that says the retired employee must have 0 years of service with the company, and the retired employee must be at least 0 years old at the time of retirement. Could you explain what this is intended to accomplish?
We weren't able to get the P&A folks here tonight. I'm going to wonder if the broker, Tom from Keenan, are you able to answer that question?
It's a high level document, so it's possible that it might have been a template that may have had a typo on it.
Okay, I think that's the problem with this whole document is a template. Okay, if you look at all the provisions that are described under Article 3, under benefits, you read that whole section there. That seems to be inconsistent with the process that has been described by the city in the letter as far as how this HRA is supposed to work.
I think you're conflating, though, the plan document as the pre-tax vehicle for what the benefit that we have provided in our agreements is. And I think that might be what the issue is, but I'm not sure exactly which provision you're talking about.
Okay, maybe you don't have a copy of the plan document.
So we'll put that one under advisement.
Okay.
Okay.
So the P&A group is not here. I have another question for them.
Yeah, we have our broker here from Keenan, so he's the one who brokers us P&A. Tom might be able to answer some of your questions. So why don't you try? See what he can do.
He's not the one that is going to be administering it. Anyway, let me ask the question anyway. Well, this is actually for P&A group. He's not the administrator. They're not going to be administering the plan. And my question would have been, do you have any plan similar to the one that is being proposed by the city that exists anywhere in the state. And if you could tell us those cities where this plan document is being used.
Are you talking about are we still talking about the HRA plan?
Yes.
Okay, so a couple of things. One, we're talking about eligibility and things like that. There are going to be differences between who they've said is being eligible to participate in the HRA and who is actually going to get contributions under the HRA. So it might say 0 years of service, but if they don't qualify as an annuitant, they're not getting a contribution through the HRA. And they're not going to be getting a PEMCA minimum either. So that's one thing. This specific HRA document, I couldn't speak to that because I don't do the HRA component as far as brokering it or administering the HRA. But as far as the HRAs generally, they're extremely common. And so many agencies have done this because all agencies that participate in CalPERS Medical PEMCA are subject to the equal and minimum contribution rules. And so this HRA arrangement is not novel. It's something that a lot of agencies have done. So I mean, as far as the plan document, that's not in my expertise to speak as to the plan document, but the arrangement with an HRA is not uncommon.
Okay, I'm going to encourage the city council to read the plan document if you haven't read it. Right now, I believe it's full of inconsistencies, and there are paragraphs, I guess, that's supposed to be deleted. That I don't think this is a complete document as it stands, but I encourage everybody to read it. We talk about the plan that is being proposed being a tax advantaged plan, but I like to see someone explain to me the tax advantages that are being presented by this proposed plan versus what exists today.
Well, without the HRA, it would be taxable. If we didn't do this workaround, then we just wouldn't be able to do tiering. So the council's decision would be that we're just going to continue the status quo. So I mean, they are mutually exclusive, and the HRA is the only way to not have it, to basically have a tier.
Yeah, and if I can add, so the goal here is right now that what the benefit retirees receive is tax-free right now. And the goal is to the HRA that the reimbursement they receive is tax-free. And if I can just add to Andy, Cindy found the email from the HRA administrator where he did confirm by definition a section 105 health reimbursement arrangement, HRA, provides a reimbursement for medical expenses, including insurance premiums it has to be funded by the employer. So it does include insurance premiums, to your question about that.
Okay, finally on article number 7, this is page 55 of 71. I encourage you to read the provision number 8, no guarantee of tax consequences. And it further says that the participants, which are retirees, are to indemnify the administrator. Okay. I'm sure it's a good deal. To wrap up quickly here, the issue here is not about tearing off and providing lesser benefits for employees that are hired after July 1 of 2023. The issue is that this whole document here and the fact that the city has a vesting schedule, has planned how to pay for the benefits that the city has provided in the past, if we can find a way to do the tearing off that doesn't create all this confusion, the administrative process itself, the city now is going to be charged with tracking how many years have been earned under the vesting schedule. Are they going to be doing this manually? CalPOS has a $50 million computer system that tracks and does this. And I just don't know that the city has the capabilities and the staffing to do that on a long-term basis and not result in errors and inaccuracies. It's not about, I think it's been said that the rollout, how it was handled, but it's more than that. It's about not providing adequate information for people to understand and for the city council to make the decision he made back on January 2024. You weren't told that you're going to need to repeal all these resolutions. You weren't told about how it's going to impact current employees. You were just simply told, we're going to separate new hires and it's going to save us some money. And I take issue with the actuary when they come here and tell us they can't tell us estimates because the city has a vesting schedule. The vesting schedule has been in place for a long time, and that is the basis on which current actuaries are done, or the previous actuaries that we've done. I think there should be some reasonable estimate as to how much is this going to save a year from now, 5 years from now, 10 years from now, 20 years from now. We know his estimate, but that is information that at least an attempt should be made to quantify why we are embarking on this process, especially when we have a plan to fund the benefits that the city has promised to employees. I do believe this plan opens up room. If we didn't have this plan and the city council somehow wants to adopt a resolution of its own to take away stuff, it probably could slide under the radar. This almost went under the radar. A lot of the stuff that was happening here tonight. With that, I'm gonna give my time up to somebody else. Thank you.
Andy, thank you very much.
Our next speaker is Brian Petrie.
Hi, Brian.
Usually I'm the long-winded one in past history.
I'm not going to let that happen.
So
We
we're gonna
voted for
reverse-
Andy. We voted for Andy.
We're going to reverse this before you start the time. First of all, I'd like to just say it's a pleasure being here and seeing everyone. And I want to thank Lori, the staff, and the council for bringing this item back and giving everybody an opportunity to ask questions, take a deep dive into it and looking at it. I think that's important, particularly when we look at transparency and that. Just a couple things that I want to say. And the process, obviously, I think PERS didn't give staff everything that they needed to do to adequately provide you things. I think we got, and to excuse the pun, but got the horse in front of the cart here a little bit. And now we're playing
No, it's
catch
the
up.
cart in front of the horse.
I'm sorry, cart in front of the horse in front of the cart.
Brian,
Cart
you
front of the
live in
horse. I know,
Chicago
it
now.
hasn't been that long.
Jeez.
I know, huh? So, but I think the thing here is that the information that has been provided has helped everyone, but it also, we can see some gaps, and I think they're obvious. And there needs to be more study and more reflection on what is in the best interest of the city. In addition to that, I take a look at some of the things that the whole goal here was the way I understood it, was how do we tier off for new hires? That was really the ultimate goal. But to do that, we had to then go back to a vested schedule and remove the retirees and existing employees who fall under that vested schedule. So out of the CalPERS system to do that. And to do that, the HRA plan allows for a reimbursement to those. My question maybe to the consultants would be the HSA program, can that be separate? Could that be a program that doesn't have the same impact? Because what I'm hearing from them, either you do it all or you can't do it at all. So if you are going to do a tier that is due to the, I believe he said it was the equal and minimum contribution, he can't separate them. So, but does an HSA plan give a potential for that versus pulling everybody out of the CalPERS system, which is actually going to create, I think, a whole bunch of more issues and strain on staff and everything else. I think the other part that alarmed and the comments I got back from retirees was that the HRA plan, when you read it, and I do think that this was probably a draft, it wasn't the full-fledged document, because in the section, I think it was common in section 3 or whatever, but if you start to read through it, it says that changes can be made to the benefit, and just to paraphrase that, at any time. So, or restructured. And benefactors, such as a spouse or children, could be removed. Now, that's in the HRA plan. Now, that's a decision that would have to be made by the administrator of the plan. The problem is that that's what scares the retirees, because it's not U5. It's down the line 5, 10 years from now, who may make a change in that and impact them. So I think that if that language was tightened up, if it was not changed, if it was changed, I think that would make a huge difference, at least feeling from the retirees that there is some confidence but they feel vulnerable because that language is in there. And when it says at any time, I think that puts a fear in everybody. And I think that this HRA plan didn't have staff and council didn't have enough time to really vet through it. And so what is the plan? If the goal is really how we look at new retirees and the medical benefit program, I think Andy said it well, then maybe that needs to be the real focus of how we can prescribe a program that allows them and allow everyone else to be reinstated or maintained in the existing CalPERS program, which I think is a less strain on everyone. And so when the savings account was created, as we call it, that was the whole goal. And God, kudos to the council and everyone on staff and everybody, the sacrifices made to make sure that that opportunity exists. And without real true numbers from the actuaries as to what the actual savings is, I don't see how you can really move forward. So anyway, at the end of the day, I think the best thing to do for the council would be to rescind 2024-03 and to reaffirm the existing vested benefits for retirees back into the CalPERS system. If this needs to be looked at deeper, then do a deep dive, really analyze it. I think the workshop is great. I learned a lot. I appreciate Lori and her effort on that and staff, because I know this is a process where we're all learning from. So take your time. Take your time and figure it out. Be open. This council, I always have to compliment this council because I've worked with a lot of councils over 25 years, and you guys have always been very transparent. I think this one just got a little loosey-goosey on us, but we still have time. And I think we can really look at this, find a way or a mechanism that works for what your goal is in mind, which is to really look at the tier of, or some sort of a program that really is directed at new hires for the future. So I don't really have anything else to say, but I would ask the council to rescind 2024-03 and reaffirm the existing health medical benefits under the healthcare system. Thank you.
Thank you, Brian.
Mayor, we're going to go to one on the line, Steve Laponis.
Hi, Steve. How are you?
There he goes. Steve?
Can you hear me now?
Yep, there you are.
Hi, can you hear me now?
Yes.
Hi, Steve.
Hi, how are y'all doing? I just wanted to make one comment on my end, to let everybody know that I'm still waiting to receive a letter or anything at all that explains this whole HRA plan or how it works. I haven't received any letter. I haven't received any reimbursement check for any money that was taken out of my retirement check. And so I just wanted to make sure that I was able to get that out there and to ask, how do I get this issue corrected?
I will direct you to the city manager or Lisette. They will take care of it for you.
Yeah, do we have a number for him in the Zoom? Don't say your number out loud, but if you could put in the, trying to think how to get
box.
this, so we can call you back and have a discussion with you without
Or
putting your
whisper
phone
it.
number.
Yeah.
No.
do you have
No,
my
or you
phone
can just
number to
email
somebody?
us or call Cindy at the office. Just call City Hall tomorrow and ask for Cindy and we can talk with you about what's going. I'm unclear if you saw it. We'll work it out with you tomorrow. Yeah, you
Okay,
shouldn't
great.
have
Thank
seen
you.
any deduction but you should have gotten our letter. So we'll follow up with you.
I have not received any letter. I've triple checked and I have not received anything.
Okay. So if you could please call City Hall tomorrow so we can talk about with you. I just don't want to get your phone number.
Sounds great. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Steve. Nice to hear from you.
Thank you. Correct.
Okay, thank you, Steve. Our next speaker, Lacey David.
Hi, Lacey.
Okay, so first, I'm extremely nervous, so excuse the crackling in my voice. I appreciate you guys all being here. Sorry, there's a little bit of emotion from me. Some of you may not know, but I am the president of the General Employees Association here. I'm also the technician in the building department. When we went in for negotiations, I'm not going to get all of it. We were left thinking that this was just a stop date to stop the bleed. And we were understood that there was going to be more to come after. And when I started receiving phone calls from people asking me what I did, I impacted someone's life. I have friends. I work with people that I know that work here, and they've stayed here for a long time because of that benefit. And the fact that I had something to do with the fact that somebody couldn't make their mortgage payment because they didn't get paid. Sorry. Because they didn't get paid is a really hard pill to swallow. And being here and hearing more of this would have been great beforehand. Genuinely, this would have been awesome to have all of this so Jake and I could make a much more informed decision. So I thank you for your time.
Thank you, Lacey.
Our next speaker is Kathy Pope.
Hi, Kathy.
Mine's a really easy question, probably directed to Cindy and Lori. I am not affected yet until May 1st. So how's that going to work?
So let me back up to so you're not affected yet because you are on the vesting schedule. So you're in that bottom group that hasn't had any change yet. It's only the people up at the top that were not on the vesting schedule moved over and who will get the deposit May 1st. So that's why.
If my retirement does not cover the complete medical payment, am I bringing money to the city now to cover it for you to reimburse me back?
So the way it will that would, the way we understand, well, I'll let Cindy answer the way we understand it will work. But I believe the way we'll understand it work is that we'll have to do something with CalPERS on the back end,
Okay.
but you'll still be made whole.
Okay.
So we haven't had that issue with anybody in the first group,
Mhm.
but we are aware of it for the second group, and we would figure that out with CalPERS. But I hear what you're saying. So if
Okay.
you have a small pension and it's less than your retiree medical,
Correct.
what happens, right? So we need to work that out with CalPERS.
Okay.
Because obviously we don't want to see a lapse in your benefit, or, so, yeah, that would not be
Well,
good.
am I bringing money in to you give me money back?
Well, that's how this whole thing, but we would. But, oh, because you would
Exactly.
make the payment. So we would, that's a good question, and we'll need to get the answer for that.
Okay.
Good answer, good question.
That one is not there, so. Our next speaker, Bill Thompson.
Hi, Bill. Staff. I wasn't going to say much tonight. That type of thing really bothered me. I mean, hopefully we thought about that, but it didn't sound like you did. And Andy and the rest of the group have really made some key points for this council to really digest and think about. One of the things I wanted to include, there must be a fee that the city is going to be paying P&A as well. I don't know if that's figured into the cost of all of this, but I'm sure they're not doing that service for free. You may know it, but I don't know it. I just want to say lastly, I have a pension. I have a health benefit. And right now, with the action you've done, you are now reducing my pension to pay for a health benefit that I was provided by the city of Norco, and I had an vested right in. And that doesn't sit too well with me. And I don't think any of you, if I came and said to you right now, I am going to reduce your, whether or not there's a reimbursement or not, that third party, if they go bye-bye based on all what I've heard here, I may not get my pension back. You're affecting my pension. I earn that. I also earn the health benefit. They're two separate things. I've never had my pension deducted to pay for the health benefit. And I think you need to correct that before you move forward. And I would advise you to correct it, because you start talking about taking money away from people and they can't pay their mortgage or what have you, and in case a check gets lost in the mail, or a bank will not do a direct deposit for some reason, or a bank falls off the map, that affects people's lives. I appreciate your time. I just think we need to rethink what the action you took. The other thing I worry about in the documents, and I know I'm talking more than I wanted to, is that there were a number of things that looked like you could change those through just little small actions. And I think Brian alluded to that. And that's not the way any of the employees or your existing employees who may be retiring soon thought that vesting went. But right now, that vesting doesn't look like it means anything. Thank you.
Thank you, Bill.
Our next speaker is Joe Shank.
Good evening, sir.
Some members. I have just a couple of questions. Mine won't be as difficult as what you've gotten so far. I've got an admission and then a question. The admission is that when I read 24-03, the resolution, I said to myself, what was council thinking? Did they read that? And specifically, I'm looking at section or paragraph number 3. And there are some words in there that I don't understand. Probably legalese or whatnot. But specifically, when it talks about,
Which page?
it's in the resolution, the cover of the first page. It says in there that, pardon me? Oh, okay, all right. Agency or instrumentality of the state or political subdivision of the state that is eligible to participate in a government plan within the meaning of section 414 or ND of the Internal Revenue Code upon publication of the regulations pursuant to such section. I mean, it's the wording to me, and again, my admission, I admit that I thought that this was coming from staff, but actually I see now it's coming from Caltrans. And all the other resolutions that are included that have to be adopted future here are all Caltrans written, CalPERS, excuse me. Yep, I'm not a bean counter.
I can't take any more curveballs tonight.
Anyway, the wording in there says that if it doesn't comply or if it's not accepted, that it gives the right to CalPERS to kind of cancel everything. And that concerned me. I just, again, it's kind of like CalPERS is the 900-pound gorilla in the room, and you got to do everything the way they want it done. And including that you can't change any language in that document or any of those resolutions. So I don't know. I just wondered about that. Throw it out. As far as the medical expense reimbursement plan, the services agreement with the city and P&A, that was to start in effect March 1, and I guess it has. Couple of things, and this may be for Colin. The wording in there on page 6 talks about governing law, and the agreement is made in and shall be construed pursuant to the laws of the state of New York. Now, I understand that PNS, or excuse me, P&A, their headquarters is in New York, but should that be worded a little bit differently? If it's an agreement between the city.
So I reviewed these documents, and when I saw them, I had the same thoughts that Mr. Ural did, that these are template documents. I saw that same thing. I apologize, my numbering system doesn't match yours, so I'm not finding the page, but I saw that the 0 and the 0 that Andy referenced, and I noticed that I saw these as templates that after the plan is approved, they would actually fill it in to be specific to the city of Norco. I didn't see that the council, I saw them as templates, just like the LCW attorney.
Well, there's evidently a little more detail has to be evaluated on this. And then the other question I have is an email address a legal signature?
Can be, but what page are you referencing?
Just at the end of that agreement,
So-
where it has signature pages for City of Norco as well as P&A.
The approval is going to come by resolution, so that's the binding portion. So let me, can somebody help me to the page of the actual staff report so I can see what the gentleman's referring to?
Right.
Thank you.
It's also certificate. And again, this is something, based on council's direction tonight or whenever, this may or may not be something that is even worrisome.
While Colin looks at that, on your first question about that language that CalPERS has in all these resolutions, that the participation of employees new to Norco shall be subject to the termination of its status as an agency of the state. this isn't all the, even like the current resolutions. This is just their standard form. I think what this is saying is that if somehow we were not a city anymore, then CalPERS may be obligated to terminate the health coverage of the benefits. So I think this is just their standard. Again, we have this in all of our current resolutions with PERS too. So I think that's what this is saying.
Cindy,
Doesn't give you the
so,
one.
or sorry.
No, but yeah, Michael's
Required,
on the phone.
The
They're
somebody-
required to follow 414 of the IRC, and so that's basically their safe harbor language. So they have some contracting entities where there's ambiguity, like charter schools and things like that, I believe, but they have to follow that for their plan status.
Yeah, so it's not ours. We didn't put it in, but they put it in everything we signed with them. So for that reason, so.
Well, that concludes my comments.
You bet. Thank you, sir. Nice to see you again.
Mayor, I'll be going through those online to see if they choose to speak. The first one will be Joanne Dixon. Will you be speaking this evening?
Hi, Joanne.
She's not. She's mute. He's tried and they're not doing it. Nobody's responding.
So no one.
You know what?
or-
I've had no other persons on the line have raised their hand to speak at this time, nor have I received any chats. Let me double check.
Can they unmute if they want to speak or no, that's not.
That's what we're trying to get them
got
to
it.
do. We've sent a note through the system to have each one take themselves off mute if they'd like to speak. I'm still with just Steve Lapinis. If Susan, David, Scotty, Brian, if any of you would like to speak, please take yourself off mute and I'll call upon you. Brian Wiswell.
Trying to get them. How do I do?
Brian.
Sit in through the system to have each one take themselves off mute if they'd like to speak. I'm still with just Steve Lapinis. If Susan, David, Scotty, Brian, if any of you would like to speak, please take yourself off mute and I'll call upon you. Brian Wiswell.
Yes.
Brian.
Yes.
Go ahead, Brian.
I did not make a request to speak.
Okay, thank you. That'd be Joanne Dixon.
Yes, I would like to speak.
Go ahead, thank you.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, City Council members, staff, and my former family of the city of Norco, all of you that are there tonight. This has been weighing on me. First of all, I never got the original letter sent. I called Cindy probably a week after I found out, called into Cindy and told her. So she emailed me the staff report. The staff report regarding this whole situation. When I first, in fact, I watched you guys on the meeting, city council meeting. When I first was reading the staff report and the resolution, I was flabbergasted. Only because there was no documentation included with it. And I remember, as you all know, I was Brian Petrie's secretary. If I would have sent a staff report and a resolution without documentation to council, I wouldn't have been Brian Petrie's secretary.
And anyway, then I don't get the second email, which, because I'm part of the 40. Well, I was deducted $292, $291.15 out of my pension. To a lot of people, that isn't a lot of money. But to some of us that don't have huge retirements, that's a lot of money. Not only was I dinged there, and as you all know, as a government employee, we're dinged with Social Security if a spouse dies by the government offset program. That $291 was a lot to me. You all know I lost my husband last year, so I don't have the substance I had when my husband was here. But besides that, I'm not thinking only about myself, I'm thinking about all of us old timers. The city was like a family to us, and it was promised to us, our health benefits. And the way this was done was just wrong. I just feel it was wrong. It was incomplete. There's no documentation. When I called Cindy several times, she told me the goal of P&A would be I would have my check 2 days prior to the March 1st CalPERS deposit. I didn't get the reimbursement check until Saturday. Ironically, the city reimbursement check came the same time P&A reimbursement check came. And I cashed the P&A and I shred the city. But I hope you guys decide to rescind this and really study the issue. And it's just so incomplete. That's my opinion, you know. Who am I? I'm an old lady now. But anyway, and kudos to you, Robin. I have to give you kudos. You kept in touch with me constantly. Thank you very much for your concern. It's appreciated by all retirees, the concern that some of the council emailed us back, you know. So thank you. And I just hope you decide to rescind things. And good night. And I miss all of you. It's been a long time. Maybe when I drive in from Arizona, I can stop by and say hello.
I'm just double checking in the chat to make sure. I have no further that have asked to speak.
Thank you, Joanne. You have another card?
I do. Deborah McNay.
Hi, Debbie. Long time no see.
Yes. I would like to thank the council and the staff for scheduling this workshop tonight. It's been very educational and very much appreciated. A suggestion was made that perhaps if we could have the names announced of the people that staff was unable to reach, because we do have a large group of people here and they might actually know, how to reach some of these folks. I would just like to point out to council the amount of discrepancies that you've heard tonight. You can just see how it affects all of us and how important it is to rescind this resolution. And I would just like to encourage you to do so. Thank you.
Thank you.
Did have one more person, Susan Dvorak.
Hi, Susan. How are you?
See if she went back to mute. Susan, if you'd like to speak.
City Council.
and I want to say thank you to the fellow retirees, all my fellow retirees for their public comments. I've been told that we've had generous benefits. Yes, we do, but we gave up years of kind of small raises that didn't mean anything because we wanted to keep our health benefits intact. And when you affect one of us, you affect all of us. And I encourage you all in the city council to look at this item once again and do right by us. Thank you.
Thank you, Susan.
Okay, I have no further speakers, Mayor.
Any cards, anything?
No cards, nothing. If anything does happen to pop up, I will let you know.
Just in case anybody in the audience wishing to speak. I never knew you to be shy.
Kathy Zink.
Have a question. I'm Kathy Zink, and I just have a question on the vesting. So are you saying that eventually, if we aren't fully vested, we will not get our full benefit of medical insurance? I mean, I don't understand.
I'm sorry. No, I apologize. No, so that is not, so the vesting schedule that we have right now would be rescinded with CalPERS and adopted by the city. And then the retiree would be reimbursed for the portion of the retiree medical. So the end result of that is, like, as we've said, it's a change in administration, but you'll be getting the same benefit. So none of the current retirees or existing employees would receive a different benefit. It would be the employees hired before January 1, 2023 that would receive a different benefit. They'll go to PEMCA minimum when they retire. That's all they'll get. Everyone else stays the same as they are now.
So on the vesting schedule where it says, say someone 15 years, 75%.
Yeah, that's what it is now. So that means 75% of whatever the premium they want to choose. So if their premium they choose is $2,000 a month, we would be paid up to $1,500 a month. So that's the same as it is now.
Okay.
Yeah.
So I'm just a single, and mine is the supplemental.
Right.
So
and you, what percent are you vested? Like, do you know where you are?
13 years.
13 years. So you're
65, I think.
So you're 65%. Yeah. So whatever that full premium is for Medicare, you would be entitled, we would pay that PEMCA minimum straight to PERS. Then the difference would be deducted from your pension check, and then we would reimburse you. So in the end, it's all the same dollars.
So I'm not only going to get 65% of
the PEMCA?
that
No,
I
no,
would
no.
have to pay 35.
No. It's all whatever it is right now for you. It would be exactly the same.
Okay.
Yeah. Whatever it is now. If you're at 13 now, you stay at 13 then. Yeah. And then you can always choose a different plan, of course. The dollar will change, but the benefit stays the same.
Okay. Thank you.
Mayor, nobody else is asked to speak.
I'm now closing public comments. And we're going to take a break of 5 to 10 minutes. Okay?
Must have seen my bladder.
Irwin.
Well, I think we've learned a lot tonight, and I appreciate everybody that made their comments and everything, and I'll turn it over to Greg.
Clean and cheap, huh? Well, I'm sorry that couldn't spend more time talking to Andy about net pension liabilities or OPEB liabilities or net positions, but we'll save that for another day. All those that called in and all of you that attended, I appreciate your time. It's actually good to see you. Wish it was under different circumstances, but phrases like repeal retiree vesting schedules, change in benefits administration, and deductions in pension payments are not phrases retirees want to hear. So I absolutely apologize to you for the complete lack of communication that this was brought out and not shared with you. So just want to tell you I appreciate all your time. Thank you.
This is the discussion section, right?
Yes.
Okay.
They're not long-winded tonight.
Right? Okay, so I the first thing I have on my list is a thank you as well. So thank you for coming in, for making the time, from zooming in wherever you are, for those of you who are no longer local. You know, and one of my thank yous is to Andy, right, who really looked at retiree medical and made changes to really put the city in a good financial position, who started that OPEB trust when a lot of cities were doing other things, like doing creative financing to kind of prepay that down, which we have seen you can't really ever prepay that down. You prepay it, and then the actuarial estimation, you know, changes, the assumptions change, and then, oh, now you owe more money. So even though you paid off a bunch and you thought you were set, you weren't. So that was really done with a lot of foresight and has really put the city in a really good position. And to everyone who's here, you know, who worked so many years as a public servant, you know, for the betterment of our city, the city that I live in, that my kids are growing up in, I want to thank you for that. And I have also to apologize, right? And so while we are a council city manager form of government, and we share that, right, with our city manager, you know, the buck does stop up here. And, you know, I take personal responsibility as well as I'm sure all of us do, that the rollout was not up to the level of communication that we should have provided. So I can imagine the stress that you know, placed on our retirees, and that was not our intention in any way. And I regret that, you know, it has kind of been rolled out the way that it has, and apologize for you. I know that doesn't fix it at this point, but my sincere regrets. And I have the utmost respect for Andy. He was the very first city manager I ever got to work with after I was elected, and I've learned so much for him. But I do have to disagree with, and this is where this came from. So in discussions, and I can speak from my perspective alone, but when we look at our retiree medical, and we have some retirees who are receiving more benefits, they're receiving more financial, like their medical benefits are a higher amount than our current employees. That causes me some pause, right? That our employees who are currently working are capped at a certain amount, and then a retiree could go and get benefits that cost much more than that. So that was something for me, and I stand by wanting to fix that, wanting to take care of that. But I agree to honoring our promises, right? People worked here, they were promised a certain benefit when they retired, and we need to honor that. We need to keep our word, and that is not something that that we were intending on changing. But looking at moving forward, you know, when I hear that, you know, a retiree can move to another state, pick the highest CalPERS plan, put them, their spouse, dependents on it, that's not a benefit that I expect. And so I think within limits, we want to provide medical care for our retirees. And I'm talking about future retirees. I'm not talking about the retirees in this room or the retirees that are subject to our vesting schedule. That is a promise that has been made that we need to keep. And so, that's sort of where this came from. And CalPERS and PEMCA are large bureaucracies. And as we know, government does not always work in a simple and streamlined way. And what should be an easy solution or an easy fix is not. For instance, one of the questions that I asked was, at CalPERS, for our retirees, they pick their plans from CalPERS. Can we limit the options that they get to pick to kind of limit that cost so that, a retiree can't go pick, right, the gold Cadillac of plans? And we can't, because CalPERS won't let us. And so that's kind of where the option comes in then, where retirees can select medical plans that are higher than like a current employee. And then, the same with looking at our OPIB liability. I don't have any reason to believe, and I haven't seen this in anything or looking at any cities or any, kind of documentation that's come out from experts that OPEB's going to decrease. It just keeps going up. These liabilities just keep going up. And if we don't continually examine where we are and where we're going, if we don't look at, fixing it, eventually, things can break. And so I think it's always important to look at where we are, where we're going, and make good decisions, good financial decisions. And I know I heard some comments about we need better, actuary assumptions, like how much money is this going to save? And those assumptions aren't napkin math. There's a lot of complicated things that go into it and a lot of different things. But, looking common sense at the numbers, if we cap future employees to the PEMCA minimum compared to what the option is now with the vesting schedule, there will be savings, right? And I can't give you a perfect number on that because it depends on how many employees there are and how often people are retiring and how many years they work, or if they switch from, being a public servant to going to the private sector. There's all those kinds of things that play into it. But that's where this came from, from my perspective, right? And wanting to make good financial decisions for the future, looking at good decisions that got us to where we are, but wanting to keep the city in a good spot. We are a small city. We have a small number of rooftops, so we have a limit of income, we have limited revenue, and the council who's come before me and made a lot more decisions, leading up to this point, have put us in a really good spot. But we want to stay in that spot. We want to make sure we can protect what we have, and be able to serve our residents in the best way possible. So I just kind of wanted to talk through where we came from. And I'm never a fan of kind of kicking the can down the road. And so when we look at rescinding the resolution, I feel at some point we're going to be back in this same spot. Looking at this, because many cities have done this, because as we talked about, there's kind of two ways to address our OPEB liability, right? Is to pre-fund it with our trust, which we're doing, and then kind of limit that, which the only way to limit it would be to tier off. And unfortunately, CalPERS does not make that easy. And I wish that they did, because then we would not be in this situation. In my head, I'm making some assumptions about what my colleagues are going to say, but I agree that this was not rolled out in the way that it should have. I agree that there's issues if people are not getting their checks and mail's getting lost. I know that's a question that we had asked, but I think all the retiree contact information comes from CalPERS, correct? Like, we don't keep a retiree database. And so when people move and their numbers change and the city's not aware, we can lose where people are. And if it's not kept, whatever CalPERS has is what we got. So we apologize. I apologize that there wasn't a better way to keep track and to make sure that people knew the information. But again, that goes back to the point with the rollout. So, if we decide to rescind the resolution, certainly we can study this further. Certainly the HRA document needs to be updated. That language needs to be tightened up. There's a lot of things I think that everyone has pointed out that can be fixed hands down. We don't have to adopt those next sets of resolutions. It's not like we have to do it next month. That could take time if we wanted to use that time to kind of straighten everything up and not kind of seesaw with our folks who we just got through this process and hopefully got on direct deposit. But certainly if that is the direction, of my colleagues, I can understand how we've gotten to that point. So the can was sent down to me, so I'll be interested to hear what my other colleagues say. So thank you.
Robin?
So I will start with an apology as well. The buck stops with us. Ultimately, we're at the top of the food chain. And I will say we screwed up. And I think staff will say, I read reports and I follow up and I asked questions and missed it. There were no reports. There wasn't documentation with this. So that's on me. And I should have known better. So to the retirees that are here and those of you that are watching, I apologize. I didn't do my job. And so that's with me. I know what it's like to live paycheck to paycheck. And any tiny little amount of financial stress can affect your health, your mental health, your physical health, your mental health, your well-being. And it's just completely unacceptable that we put some people in that situation for almost 2 weeks, that they weren't able to pay their bills, that they were financially strained. Completely unacceptable. And maybe some folks don't know what it's like to live paycheck to paycheck. And maybe some people don't understand the amount of stress that that causes. But it's real and it's unacceptable that we did that to people. 100%. So again, I apologize for not doing my job and following up on reports. With that said, I have received probably more public comments and emails regarding this situation than I have on anything in quite some time. And I've done my best to follow up and respond to all of those comments and emails. So if I didn't respond or follow up with you again, I apologize. There's one day like our email boxes were flooded with emails. So I'm hoping that I got back to everybody. So that's going to take me back to staff. And again, Lori, you're at the top. So this is going to be directed to you. Any other time there's been a mistake in a staff report or something has been incomplete, we've sent it back and we've made it be fixed and corrected. Every other time we're looking at contracts or approving stuff, we've had the documentation. Like we've read stacks and stacks of contracts. We've read all those paperwork that wasn't provided. And then when a retiree asked for it, it was almost like, well, you don't need that. It's standard. You don't need that. That's not acceptable. The answer is, let me get that for you. And then when we get it, it's a boilerplate template that, again, people are finding where stuff hasn't been filled in. And if it's a boilerplate template, that's fine. Then the retirees and your council should have been told, hey, I just gave you a boilerplate. This isn't specific. When you know folks are going to nitpick because we've already screwed up once. And so now we're going to put out, here's the plan, and then not tell people it's a boilerplate or a template. Again, not acceptable, because what happens, it makes us look bad. Like we have, and again, I've already said we didn't do our job. But under the city manager council form of government, and I'm pretty sure you've said this before, my job is to make sure that you guys are informed. My job is to make sure you guys have all the information you need. My job is to make you look good. That didn't happen on this. And this is a big deal. You're looking at people's retirements. You're looking at their pensions. The whole rollout, the whole way this whole thing went is completely unacceptable.
So I too apologize. I feel really badly about this, and I'll preface what I'm going to say by, one of the things I hate that's happening in our government is we are forgetting the people that stand at the podium. So I will have to vote to rescind this. I won't have a choice. And because we have to respect, I have actually worked with most of you. I've been around that long. I've known you, and we cannot treat people the way we have treated them. That said, I do not have, the rollout wasn't perfect, but I started on council in 2009. I was part of the whole Andy, Beth Groves, building this up. All I can tell you, it's a whole new, it's all different. You have a state that's weaponized. You have PERS. They don't want this to happen. And they don't want to help you. And they don't care if you're going to go bankrupt. They don't care. They're going to knock you down. And we're actually in better shape than most. But all of the big things that are happening around us, the death of retail, we're a small city. We're trying to maintain a lifestyle. And I'm looking at people right here who I know you made less money with the promise of certain perks and healthcare. And I'm going to respect that. But it is becoming more and more and more difficult. So the current staff is not only tasked with us protecting current employees, but getting employees who aren't, I mean, our public works folks, we had to stop the bleeding. A city our size paying what we pay doesn't happen. It doesn't happen. And so we're having to pay people what I believe is fair, but that takes work, and it takes a current staff that's doing everything they can to look 25 years in advance. And then you've got some really experienced council people here. You've all lived through crazy councils. So we're also trying to figure out ways to get through the crazy councils. This is not an easy task, and I'm not talking BS here. This is the facts. We have a very limited amount of income coming into the city in some ways. 2008, 2009, Andy saved us, but we were in trouble. And yet we figured out a way to honor the health care, to honor pensions. And the truth is, it was impossible, but we did it. And I think right now, I think you have a staff that gets it. A lot of them are your friends, and you're fortunate right now. I think you have a council that's very sincere. But I can't fault staff for trying to look ahead. We got cities right now that are not in the same shape we're in. We can all pretend that that's not the case, but go buy a Happy Meal for $19 or $18. It's crazy. Things are crazy. So our task, and it's not easy, is to protect you. And you can hear it. We want to protect you. I feel exactly like Robin feels. And part of it too is we're your friends. But we want to look forward to how do we protect your pensions? How do we protect your wife's pensions, your husband's pensions? How do we protect your health care? And pay a fair wage, given the limitations in trying to protect the lifestyle. You know what? We could sell out tomorrow. Do you realize we could just rezone a whole portion of the city and all of a sudden put 8 houses on an acre? And guess what? We'd have lots of money. But we're trying, what is it Jeff Allred used to say? We are a bumblebee with iron wings. We shouldn't fly, but we do. So again, I apologize, but I believe that it's very base, not perfect, but I think everybody is sincerely trying to do the very best that they can. And the one thing I think you've heard loud and clear is the promise that no matter how far this got, we're going to do the right thing. This council, I have every faith this council is going to do the right thing. And I think the same with staff. I think every person is trying to sincerely do their best. So if there's no other comments, I make a motion that we rescind and we start all over again.
Excuse me, Mr. Mayor.
Yep, absolutely.
First motion is to reconsider.
Whatever we have to do, let's just start all over. So if you want to make the motion clearer, that's fine with me.
I'll make a motion to
I'm looking at it.
reconsider resolution 2024-03.
And I second. Robin's got it. Do you want to do all three at the same time? or just one at a time?
They just do them one at a time because the second one depends on the first and the third depends on the second.
All right.
You are now, the motion is to reconsider, and please vote. A motion passes unanimous.
Do I hear a motion for number 2?
I move to rescind resolution 2024-03.
Please vote. Did you get yours, Greg? There you go. Motion passes unanimous to rescind 2024.
Do I hear a motion for number 3?
Motion to adopt CalPERS resolution number 2024. It
Do I
says
hear a second?
XX
Do I hear a
01.
second?
No. It would be resolution and then just the description. Resolution
Oh,
of the
okay.
city
To
council.
reinstate city contributions for retiree health for all retirees prior to the adoption of resolution number 2024-03.
You have a motion, second.
Please vote. Motion passes unanimous.
Lori, anything else? We're now adjourned.